Oh, I guess I should have my machine. And I guess I am going with white thread. Good morning, everyone. All right, we're going to see how. Okay, new camera. So we're going to see how far I can go. So I've got a very tiny cord for the YouTube camera, but I think that's going to work out really nicely. Okay. So, good morning. I'm sewing a bend and snap, which would have been really smart to actually bring one into the room. I feel like none of my lights are on. Bear with me. Okay, so is everybody still good on light? All right, good. All right, because I need 3 zipper pulls, webbing, my card helpers, random hump jumper. I don't need that one. I've got to get my instructions up because it's been a while since I made one. And it's mainly I need the measurements for where it is. I've got coffee. I have trail mix. It's good trail mix too. Because I'm not a fan. Oh, I already had that pulled up. I'm not like a huge fan of the trail mixes that have like chocolate chips and M&Ms in it. I don't know why, but I love like dried fruit, and it's got these humongous yogurt pieces in it. I mean, look at this. They're freaking huge. Okay. So, happy Saturday, everyone. I feel like I'm clinging to my coffee. Don't mind me. I got a lot done and accomplished. So I'm just like, huh. You know, sometimes you get up and you're like, I'm not going to get much done. And then you look at your list of things to do and you're like, oh, I did get everything done. That's awesome. I need 2 swivel hooks and a, here we are. Maybe? Nope, that's more swivel hooks. Yeah, there we go. And then I need a slider. I'm going to make a strap to go with it. And I like to do my straps first so that it's out of the way. Because I use webbing, it's not so bad on the strap front anymore. Okay, so I cut out 11 bend and snaps. If you don't know what a bend and snap is, it is this adorable, in fact, no, that's not going to work. It is a very adorable and useful flat crossbody. And I absolutely adore it. It's so cute. Okay, so this is for my card slots. This is kind of like landscape fabric, except it's got a print on it, which doesn't really matter because you're not going to really see it. That's my overlay. Sorry. I'm going to have to get used to that. So I'm trying to decide on whether or not I'm putting that. I do have a video on my TikTok that shows how I do the window so that it's nice and straight still. These are my webbing ends. I need to move my trail mix though, because I have dumped clips in there more times than I want to admit. This might actually be too short, so I might have to grab some. No, those should be fine. Anyways, I'm using this vinyl that I got printed with a design from Podtastic. I absolutely adore her designs. I have all of her Ghibli designs because I could not resist them. So with the bend and snap, actually I can show you one here. You won't be able to get the measurements. So it's a curved long piece that you normally cut. This will be the inside, so it'll actually fold this way, but it folds down and it's got these 2 pockets and card slots, and it's really cute. But if you use directional fabric, then one side's going to be upside down, unless I cut my pattern piece, my main pattern piece, in half and added a seam allowance. And that's what I'm going to do. Go over their pockets. Is sew these together. And that way, when they're flipped down, both sides will be right side up. The light is shining just enough to where I can't see if y'all comment. So if I miss a question, please feel free to just ask again. I don't mind at all. For the strap, I cut it a little wider than the pattern says, and then I just clip my corners with my little punch that I use on pretty much everything, apparently. I did the same thing with the corners of the pocket. I just clip those corners so they're nice and round. All right. I cut out 11 of these, and I'm cutting out 10 with the carpet for Dragon Con. Almost done with that. Okay. Try to decide what I need to do first. Let me know if the music is too loud. I'm going to turn it up just a smidge. I put the 80s on because I'm just like, kind of need a break from my rock. Not too much of a break, just a little break. Because like with any radio, they play the same songs over and over and over and over because everybody wants to hear the song that they fell in love with. I love the latest song from Papa Roach. It's amazing. It is heartbreaking and so beautiful. But even I'm starting to get, like, it comes on, I'm like, oh, well, at least I know the words now to it. So, all right, I'm getting all my hardware together. I'm cold. Hang on. Turn on my wee little heater down there. Because it's like if my feet are warm, then I'm warm. And if they're cold, then I will never feel warm ever. It feels like I'll never feel warm ever again, but that's just me being dramatic. All right, I'm going to melt the webbing end of that one. I'm using Soot Sprite webbing from Fat Rabbit Supplies. I'm gonna need to order more of this webbing because I am super duper low on it. I think to the point that it's not even on the website. Let's see. So I have a ruler down here. No, that is not for you, but thank you, sir. We have a Charlie cat. Hi. Oh, you're getting tangled in the thread. Baby, I have a lot going on. Can you please come back later? Come on. Come on. If I give you all the kisses, will you let me sew? All the kisses are for you. But I have some ruler tape on here that has been really useful because my table doesn't have, I don't know what markings they are, to be honest. I probably should measure, but this means that I don't have to go to my cutting table. There we go. But I tend to do my straps, honestly, I do them pretty long, probably unnecessarily long, but I've had a couple of customers who are like, 6 foot everything. And they're like, I appreciate that you make your straps so long. I'm like, okay. I mean, my husband is tall, but he's not as tall as a couple of my customers. Oh, there you are. I lost my clip. Yes, oh God, hi. Yawn in my face much. Yes, thank you. This is the Bend and Snap from Lynn's Handmade. That is correct. I won't, of course, be giving out any measurements, but if you have the pattern, you're more than welcome to sew along. In fact, a lot of times, I don't know how many times I will end up watching a tutorial video, but it's a lot most of the time. because what I will do is I'll watch it and go, okay, I understand how that pattern is created. Fantastic. I might want to turn my machine on. That's great. I'll go ahead and buy the pattern. Then I buy the pattern, and then I have the pattern in front of me, and I'm watching the video again, or maybe sometimes a different creator. This is a Charlie cat. Hi, baby. Can I get you? Yeah. Oh, God. No mouth kisses, Charlie. It's weird. So I'll watch the video with the instructions in front of me, and then I'll go about making everything. All right, where'd you go? There you are. Boop. So I have these. So the great thing about this pattern is when I cut out the middle, I use a piece of it for my nameplate, another piece for my strap in that's going to be on the clasp, and then another piece for the slider part. So this piece right here is getting used right away and not collected. And I need you to stop yawning. You're making mommy tired. Yes, please. Here, come here. No, don't lay down right there. You're lucky you're adorable. I don't care. I love us. Yeah, you're done? You can come back later? I do not know what to do with him sometimes. Now, I will say that when I do it this way, it does give me about, what is that? Maybe 7/8, I want to say. I have a ruler somewhere. Aw, Torby kitties. Yeah, it ends up being about 7/8, so it's not quite covering it all the way, but it's covering the ends, and that's all I really worry about. And it's going to be not really seen that much because it's going to be part of the slider, part of the strap. So once I have that covered, I don't sew it on. It's taped down for right now, because it's going to get sewn on when I sew it, when I sew the part of the strap to it. Whew. I'm feeling a little hyper this morning too, so trying to tone that down. I'm just gonna sew a little square. I'm trying to use a hump jumper more too. Toby, I'm making a bit of a weird noise. What are you doing, Tiberius? Okay, and instead of sewing forward and having to deal with my hardware, I just flip it around and back out of the room. I usually only do 1 or 2, but it was like 3 stitches to where I needed to come back anyways. But there we go. Okay, now it's covered. And I don't have to fold over the webbing. Okay, so making sure that nothing is twisted. And we're going to put a swivel clasp on. And going through the slide hook again, or the slider, sorry. And see, we're tucking that piece inside. So even though it's 7/8 of an inch instead of a whole inch, it's not going to really matter. And actually kind of looks cute that way. Okay. I'm just moving my slider down. So I have my other piece. This is 2.5 by Oh, I also make my window half an inch wider, just to kind of help it out a little bit, because I end up doing 2 stitches. So that's just a personal preference for me. Uh, but that's because I'm rough on stuff, and I have a client that if I try out a new pattern, I usually make it and send it to her, because if it can survive being in her existence, then it can survive the apocalypse. Oh God, I thought that was a cat. That is a big squirrel. I'm so sorry. That is very distracting. That is a very, very large squirrel. I mean, when you mistake a squirrel for a cat, even across the street, it's wow. So I fold it in half and then mark my center, because I'm going to want to put my swivel clasp on. Okla Roots has some really cute templates for like doing 1 inch swivel hooks on 1.5 inch webbing. It's so cute. I love it. But there's some really cute shapes. I just do a simple rectangle and then clip my corners. This one, is this the tool that you mean? Oh, this is a hump jumper. So let me put this on real quick. I want it tight up against the clasp, but not like overlapping, so that it's got a nice smooth transition. So the hump jumper is when you're going over literally a hump in the fabric. My husband really wants to call it something else, and I'm like, nope, it's a hump jumper. So the community knows it as hump jumpers. He calls it a stitch bridge, which is cute. But what it does is this is where you put so that your needle doesn't try to go through said hump jumper. So when you're going over a large portion, so that your foot doesn't have to work to go up, this way it's level. And it has 2 sides, because one side is thicker. So one side is thicker. And one side is thinner. So if you've only got a few layers, then the thinner side is what you're looking for. Like here, I can show you right now. This is thin, so it's not really going to do too much. I'm just going to do a square around this. Yes, I do backstitch. This is a construction stitch. Less a square, more like a rectangle. I'm going to back out of the room. But if you weren't backing out, like, see how it's the back of the foot is higher up than the front of the foot. There's that space. So if you use a hump jumper, and you can put it right under the foot, and your needle's not going to sew because of that gap here. So all I have to do is, and it'll go with it. But you want to make sure that you, of course, move your hump jumper out of the way. So that it's not going to catch. It's very useful. I know a lot of quilters use them a lot. Jess Okla Roots always mentions keeping one on hand, which I agree. It's not a bad idea. And I've never owned one. I've been sewing since I was like 13 or 14, little stuff. But even then, when I graduated up to costume making and corset making, I will never do corsets again. No, I'm glad you didn't. Yeah, so I asked my husband, I'm like, would you print me one? And he printed this one, and it didn't come out great, so he printed another one so it would come out better. And I was like, oh, well, that would just be the cutest little freebie because I don't have a hump jumper. And I guess I've been told it's definitely a tool that you should have somewhere just in case. It's like, oh, well, you know what? Let's do it. Let's throw some hump jumpers in because everyone was so patient with the orders, and the Commander, which is what I call the 3D printer because it's a Cobra, and I grew up in a G.I. Joe household. Well, the Commander's been a pain in the butt a couple of times, a little bit. So, needless to say, if you're ever thinking of doing 3D printing and doing like a farm, know that you're going to have to go through some filament sometimes. In fact, I have a couple of B-grade mini wallets that I need to see if anybody's going to want to buy them or if I'm just going to use them as a tool. So I've got my strap all taken care of. Set that aside and see what I want to do next. So it's been a while since I've made this. But this is a really nice pattern. It can be super quick. It's just a matter of remembering all the steps. So first I'm going to make sure that when I sew these, I'm sewing them correct. And see, at the cutting table, I already marked my seam, so I don't even have to do that. These are the things you want to do for yourself. So thank you, Past Liz, for doing that. I've been rewatching Vampire Diaries, so I just kind of put that on. I don't know. I do know why I started watching it again. But this way I don't have to think about what movie or whatever I'm going to watch next. And I don't mind pausing in the middle of an episode or coming back to it forever later because I've already watched it. Okay, so yes, I will need that. Past Liz did not cut out any of the webbing though for these, but that's because I have literally a project drawer full of 11 of those. I'm honestly from all over. I'm a military brat, so I have lived in 37 of the 50 states, one of them being Alaska, because Dad was stationed everywhere. However, I am currently in Georgia, where it is not very sunny today so far. So I have to have on every light in the house, apparently. So I'm just stitching these together, making sure that... Oh, so I rough cut these squares out, by the way, so that I don't have to worry about cutting out the curves. And I'll show you the trick that I'm going to try. It's been a while since I've done these, as I said, but it's mainly that I'm trying out a couple of things. Where'd you go there, Tiberius? Alrighty. Got that stitched together. And what I'm going to do is open this. I'm going to want to do that for those. Mainly what I'm trying to decide is if I want to put a metal tag on these or not. Or if I want to do a vinyl tag. I'm opening up the seam so it'll lay nice and flat. And I am top stitching that seam open. You're not really going to see this part of it too much because we're going to have the webbing on top. And that is actually what might make that decision easier. Okay. Okay, so got that taken care of. Now, normally there would be, so see, normally there's a curve right here. So what I did so that my curves wouldn't look a little bit shoddy is that I traced the piece on here. So I cut out a piece bigger than the pattern piece. Then I traced it on, and then I trimmed off the sides to get them nice and straight. And I just kept the curves. When I sew it, I'll use that marking as my raw edge. This is the Bend and Snap from Lynn's Handmade. It is a very cute crossbody. And the vinyls, I got this one actually at the sewing studio in Florida. My family's down there. So when I visit, I'm visiting them and then going to visit the sewing studio. This I got printed from Not One Line Design, this one. And this design is from Podtastic. It's so cute. My favorite part is little Calcifer just hanging on for dear life. It's a whole mood. It's okay, baby. I get you. So this will be the outside. And I think that is what I'm going to do. Okay, so normally I use this piece for my name tag, but I'm going to do vinyl tags as soon as I find them. Where'd you go, vinyl tags? I know you're around here somewhere. There they are. Because I had these printed. So I'm going to use this and throw my ruler on the ground, apparently. Because I'm going to use these as the zipper, or as the webbing ends, so that I don't have to, because I'm going to put on my webbing handle last when it's all done, so that it's between both layers and it feels more stable that way to me. So I like that. Where is my punch? Ow, that was my knee. Nope, it's in this bowl. It's not in that bowl. There it is. Found it. Okay, not you. We'll do you later. But I'm going to put this little tag on the inside. So this is just a little scrapbook punch. But it took me a while to find one that actually works. I think I got this one from Michael's. Ooh, it is full of vinyl glitter. You know what? That's a good idea. Where are you at? So I've got all these little pieces. I'm trying to decide if I want to put these in shaker wallets as vinyl glitter, but don't think I like that idea. Not every idea that pops into your head is a good idea. As I should have told my teenage self. I'm happy to be the age I am because I didn't have everything videotaped, and I did a lot of stupid things. A lot of stupid things. So many stupid things as a teenager. So the fact that I don't have that on tape is good. No evidence, as my husband likes to say. I'm making the Bend and Snap from Lynn's Handmade. Right now I'm just kind of getting this together. Really did try to have everything all set. And I'm cinching the edges. When you do this on your vinyl, you do not want to go from the top. You want to have your flame underneath so that it doesn't get singed. Be careful here and there. The anime one, I had it printed because I bought the design files. I know there's somebody that printed it as well. Might have to get back to you on that. Oh, thank you, Elle. First, it is a lovely crossbody. Yes. It has an outside pocket, 2 inside zip pockets, card slots, and an ID window. My mom has one. She loves taking it when she goes out on little errands. So what it does is it bends in, and then when you open, so it holds on the sides like this, and it has a handle and D-rings, which I'll have to go grab from over there later. And then the inside has 2 zipper pockets that go all the way out the bag. There we go. And then a card slot. So I've got everything marked on the wrong side. By the way, you really want to pay attention in her instructions which side you are marking. I thought, are they playing good enough? Oh no, heart attack. Okay. You really, I thought I was going to be clever, by the way, with this. And like, oh, I'm going to streamline this. I'm not going to have a pocket on the outside. That'll be so quick. Woke up 4 a.m. I remember 4 freaking a.m. to me. Like I had a nightmare going, oh God, I can't turn it. And my husband woke up a little bit and he's like, what? What's wrong? I'm like, nothing. It's sewing related. Go back to sleep. And it was because I realized that if I didn't do the outside pocket, I wasn't going to have a way to turn this bag. Oh, nice. That'll be really cool. Where are you winning these industrials from? Where are you getting this awesome luck at? I'm excited. Okay. I also cut my my overlay differently. Oh, K&A. Okay. Yeah, okay, K&A. Anyway, I did cut out a different overlay that I'm trying to make sure is placed in the middle. There we go. Yep. I've got that set up. Now I need to really take a moment. That's going to be cutting it close. No pun intended. Bear with me. I'll just be borrowing from another one for right now. That's better. Okay, so I know those are my inside pockets. This is for my card slots. This is for the outside. That's for the inside. And this is my snap connector. Okay, I think I have everything situated. So now I just need to figure out the steps that I'm supposed to be taking on this. Because it's like sometimes when you've done a pattern a lot, you just go. But again, it's been a while. Oh, I need snaps too. No. No, I don't want that. Stop it. So that's the trying to show it without any measurements. There we go. That's the bend and snap. No, this is what we're going for. Last forever. Work, yada yada. We don't do that. I already did that. Here we go. Card slots. That's what I figured was first. Okay. Boop. Because she does recommend in the pattern, do not cut out your zipper pockets until you have all the other assembly. I did one where I was like, oh no, it's probably fine. No. It was a pain in the butt to get everything else done. Nope. Feel when it's love. Yeah. Okay. So. I'm just going by and maybe I'm punching the holes that I marked. Now, if you have a preference for how everything sits, you are going to want to cut this. If you have, like a directional fabric or vinyl that you're using on the inside, you're going to want to make sure that you follow the cutting instructions. Because if you don't, it's not going to sit the way you want it. I'm not particular. Come on, there we go. In this one sense. Particular in just about every other sense, I swear. You should, like, if you use fabric, because the inner part is a raw edge because you're doing recessed zippers. I'm sorry, recessed card slots. My apologies. So it has to be able to be raw edged. But I don't see why not. It's always going to come down to your material. So if you pick a super thick vinyl, you are going to have some difficulties. If you go with fabric and like keep the fleece out of your seam allowance, then you should be fine. Why are you punching but not pulling it? Okay, there you go. Come on, little sprinkles. Like I sewed on a domestic for probably the first 2 years of Chubby Bunny's existence, and I sewed on domestics for pretty much my whole costuming career. Okay, and see, now that's a fat bird. Nope, that's just a big squirrel again. I have very well fed squirrels in my neighborhood, apparently. Industrial machines are, I love Tiberius. I really do. I'm extremely happy that I got this machine. I'm not ecstatic with the folks that I got it from, but you take what you can sometimes. But industrial machines are an investment. If you are doing this as a hobby and it's just always going to be something that brings you joy, then go ahead and get one. But just know I know semi-industrials are really good. The Q something or other is one that I know Nicole from Sonar does works on. And trying to think. Jess from Okla Roots. I think, did Jess do this one? She might have done this one. Where in the holy mother of all that is good and evil did my ruler go? I knocked it good and it got eaten by the floor. There it is. Ow. Okay, sorry about that. Try that again. All right, so I have my holes punched. I'm sorry I didn't show you the tool that I was using. So this is from Mormino. This is the first one of these punches that I have ever owned that actually worked. I tried 3 different ones from Amazon and I kept having to return them. I don't know why hers works best, but it does, and it's shiny and rainbow and glittery, so yeah. I had to have it. Okay. So what I'm doing is just making sure that my line is going to be straight across. So what I do to help with that is I line my ruler up. Let me see if I can move this a little bit better. Here we go. I line my ruler up with the bottom where I have, like I said, that nice straight cut line, because that's what I'm going to be using to base when I sew. There we go. And this is also why I punch the hole first. You can always cut it short and then go in with some scissors. So see? Boop. First little hole. Looks like a little tongue. I don't know. All right. It's also where you want to make sure you punched your holes right across. I know she has SVGs for this too. Me and the Cricut are I don't know. I don't know how to describe us. I know if I saw the Cricut at a party, I'd probably throw a drink in its face. We do not get along. I see other Cricut owners like, look at how my vinyl cut, and I'm like, I think what I'll do is I'll use the SVG and cut out the pattern on some good cardstock and then laminate that. I think I like that idea. Okay. File that away for later. There's also a place up here. Like this isn't. No, that's just okay. That you want to. I just press my rotary blade into, and then I kind of wiggle it a little bit, but I don't cut it. I just push down the blade. This way it doesn't cut longer than that line on accident, and because this is where we're going to put our strap. Boop. Okay, that's taken care of. Make sure that I didn't cut into anything I wasn't supposed to, because that has happened before. I'll move those over there. These are card slots that I've done more times than I probably want to admit. Actually, no. I like admitting how much I've done this. I've done these a lot. Okay, so card slots. Fun and exciting. A lot of folks are intimidated by... Where's my other tape? There it is. A lot of folks tend to get intimidated by recessed card slots. Once you've done them a few times, you get a little bit more comfortable with them. All the measurements for them are in here. I measure with my heart on this, and with one of my card helpers. So I am putting my tape not right under the line, but right about where I'm going to end up stitching, because it's just meant to hold the piece, the card slot ribbon in place. It's not really meant to stay or be the glue for it. Let me see what I need. 2 more pieces. It's really nice too, because she gives you the whole amount of tape that you're going to need. Put one up here. I'm going to put one down here. Right there, I think. Okay. If this is the first time you're doing this pattern, don't measure with your heart. These out. These are card helpers. This is a random case that he printed for me to put them in. I don't really care for the for how it opens and closes. So we're still working on that. But these are the card helpers. So it's just the width and length of a credit card, but it's plastic. So if you leave it in on accident, you didn't accidentally give somebody an old credit card or old gift card. Because that fear is real. Alrighty, so I've got that. Just making sure that I put the tape where it is. She even tells you how many pieces of tape you're going to need. It's amazing. I love it. I love how organized it is. All right, so I have a long freaking strip here, so we're going to see how much fun this is working with it. I was also making sure I remembered which side to put down. Okay. So I'm going to take that first piece of tape off. Before I do that. Oh, well, thank you for following me. I always appreciate the follows. The follows and the views. And the stews. And now I want stew. No, I don't. I want a donut. But I always want a donut. Oh, my hand's in the way there. Sorry. Might need to move. I guess I can move this back over here. Nope. No. It's fine right there. So I took the back of the tape off. Face down. Right? Face down. Yep. I'm just making sure. And I will tell you right now, when I was cutting these strips, I every time I cut it out, I'm like, is that really as skinny as it needs to be? Trust the process. But is it really as skinny as it needs? Just trust the process. I also sometimes use ribbon. Whatever you feel comfortable with, just know that you're going to want it kind of thin but strong so that it can, oh, I want to do that too, don't I? So that it won't add too much bulk. You're going to see me kind of pushing those back into place. But, dang it. Where's my washi tape? There you are. So one of the struggles I know folks get is where to stop and start on their stitches. Morning, Cynthia. Look, I have trail mix. If I get hungry, I can constantly be snacking. I'm always snacking. That's my secret. Where are you at? Here you are. Except walnuts are very dry. Oh no. Oh no. What are you doing? No. Eat. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, I actually found a really good trail mix. It's got yogurt covered cranberries, then cranberries, some almonds, walnuts, and then I added some extra peanuts in there because the yogurt is like the yogurt cranberries, craisins are really sweet, so the nuts kind of help to take some of that away. This way, I have a snack. So I take a piece of washi tape. Technically, I take 2 pieces of washi tape. And I put it right where I'm wanting to start and stop those stitches. There you go. This way, I have a consistent, line, a stop and start line. I pretty much love just about anything yogurt covered when it comes to like blueberries and all of that. So I'm going under that bottom line. And the way you know it's the bottom is because your slit, which is why you want to go ahead and cut this, This is going to help you remember, oh, that's right, this is the top. Ask me how I know. So I hold my threads because I don't want them to knot up. I'm going to start a little bit, like I'm going to start right at that washi tape line and then right under uh, my line. So what I'm also doing is I am slightly, very slightly pulling at the up, pulling up away from the cut line so that I know where I'm sewing. If you don't want to pull too much because then you'll warp it, but this will give you a nice straight line. I backstitch at the beginning and the end. I'm making the bend and snap from Lynn's Handmade. I have 11 of these cut out with Random Fandoms. And then I have another 10 cut out for Dragon Con specific fabric. So normally I just backstitch these because I don't like tying off threads. It makes me nervous. Unless I can tape the ever-loving crap out of them. But then I do make sure to pull back the threads and just leave them alone. But for some reason, I didn't do that on this first one. Okay, so I have that bottom line stitched. All right, I'm just particular. All right, so what we're going to do is fold down. You want to keep this as straight as possible. It's just going to help you not use up extra fabric. I'm going to take my helper. She has measurements. The measurements are amazing. I am lazy and don't like marking things sometimes. When you are not mass producing, but when you are batch sewing, you don't want to have to do that. So I'm just going to put my card where I want it to sit. Excuse me. I'm going to clip it like that. And then I'm going to fold up. Again, the measurements are great if you don't want to worry about messing with this. They're just as fast as doing this, to be honest. This is just me showing off my pretty cards. Okay, so then we are going to, once we have that there, we're going to take the tape off of the next card slot from that one. That's the other nice thing about landscape fabrics in this is that it creases nicely. And we're going to then push that onto the tape and ta-da! And we do this again, moving the millions of miles of, why are you getting undone? I don't know what is going on, but Tiberius is just being sassy this morning. All right, sassy pants, I get you. Your needle's clean and changed, so I don't know what you're literally just brushed your popping case. Well, I need you to calm your ovaries. Come on, there we go. Okay, make sure actually everything's still threaded. Okay, for some reason he's just being a little sassy pants today. Okay, I'm going to put my stitch length down a smidge because that's going to fit nicely across. I'm going to make sure that I'm not actually on the wrong line. Hold my thread that way. No, where are you going? Okay, here we go. Because what I should be able to do is just go straight across to that line without having to adjust. Okay, it just doesn't like when it's flung back. Okay, so sewed. Make sure that your card pocket still goes in. I'm going to pull my threads to the back. If you tie them off, tie them off. You cut and singe, cut and singe. So when I pull down, I don't yank it, because if you yank it, you're going to stretch out your vinyl right here. And you don't want to do that. Press that down. Make sure that I'm not pulling. That's why I put the tape a little bit lower anyways. I put my card slot in. Right where I want it. You can clip it if you need to. I've got it pretty stationed. I'm going to pull my tape up, and then I'm going to hold my card, pinch right here at the bottom, and then go up and press on that piece of tape, flip over, remove the card, and then stitch down that top. I need to pull my threads longer. There we go. I'm getting right up to that edge of that washi tape too. Sorry, I cut a really long strip. There we go. That might be a little bit useful. Double. Making sure I backstitched. Okay. Open my thread, so we're still making sure that it's opening up properly. One of my wallets that I did a tall wallet from Sonar, and I don't know what happened on one of the sets of pockets. I somehow like stitched it wrong. My brain is baffled by how I did it, but I had to actually cut part of this to be able to get into one of the pockets, but all the pockets were still sealed. So I'm like, I don't know, maybe I'm just gifted sometimes at slightly messing up. It was still very usable. It was just kind of annoying. So once again, what I do like to do too is I'll put my fingernails right on the edge of the vinyl where the line is, and then kind of tug that down. Again, this way I'm not pulling on that vinyl because it does warp it. Going underneath to put my card in. Make sure it sits where I want it to sit. Remove the tape backing. Apparently throw it on the floor instead of the trash can. Pull that up so it's folded around the card helper, and then press down onto the tape. Okay. It's a little difficult with this type of angle because I either can't see what y'all are asking, or it can be a little bit difficult. So this is the card helper. So I put my credit card in here, and I put it on the line that I'm looking to have it. This is where I want this to sit. So when people put their cards in, this is where it will sit. I just actually pull that up for a second. So once I have that, then I need an extra set of hands. I pull up the credit card lining, the card slot lining, so that it is flush and tight against the credit card itself. See? And then I adhere the piece of tape that's underneath, like these are. I take that paper off, and now it's stuck there. So now I can remove the card. And sew it down. So I'm putting my needle down right up against where the washi tape is that I marked it. Oh, I know. I've got your order. Erin has been so ecstatic seeing everybody's business names. Like there's like Grace and Bacon and then Loud Black Girl. I was like, I know who those are. And I was like, that's going to be fantastic. I can't wait. So I put the needle down right up against where that washi tape is. Try that again. TikTok being weird. And that's why I put the washi tape down. Excuse me for a moment. I'm apparently throwing things on the floor over here. Put that away. And then I know how long these are. So I know how long my stitch length needs to be to not have to worry about placing the stitch. So like when you go to stitch in a corner and you want your stitch to hit right on that corner and you have to turn your wheel till it gets in, I don't have to do that here because I've figured this out after doing so many of these. My last convention, I took 25 of them, and I'm going to be taking another 21 to this convention. Oh God, I'm not ready. I literally have 6 months till Dragon Con, and I am already freaking out. Okay. So I'm going to pull my threads nice and long-ish. Okay, so what I was talking about is I've got my stitch length just long enough that all I have to do is stitch across. And as you see, it goes from one end to the other without any issues. That has taken me a while to figure out. So now that I've got that line right above, okay, for a second I was like, did it stitch right? As you see, so that's been pulled up. There's the line I just did. I'm going to flip this over and I'm pulling my threads out to the back. You can tie them off. You can singe them. You can tape them however you feel necessary to secure them. I just leave them nice and long so that they don't pull. So I have my threads to the back. I'm going to take my credit card helper and no, I'm so sorry. First, I'm going to pull down this and make sure. Yep, there it is. Okay. I got to remove a piece of tape. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to pull that down. Again, making sure that I'm not tugging and just keeping it nice and flat and then pressing that seam down. I flip it back over, take the credit card helper and put it into that pocket I just sewed the top of, adjust it where I want it. If you want, you can put a clip and it'll hold it. It's just a little bit harder when you turn it over because now it's not flat. So now that I have it flat, let me see if I can move y'all a little bit more. There we go. That might help some. It's hard getting 3 things. The Juki 2010Q. Yes, thank you, Stacy. That's an Instagram. That's the one I was trying to figure out. I've heard a lot of good things about that one being a good semi-industrial. If you can't make the leap to an industrial, that seems to be a good stepping stone up. So I have my credit card helper here, pushing down on that, taking my card slot lining, pulling up, nice and secure against that card, pressing down the seam, taking the paper off of the next slot, and then pressing that down to secure it. We're going to keep this up. The reason it's curled like this is just so that it's not going anywhere. It's secure and out of my bloody way. All right, so then I'm going to take that credit card out, and we are now going to top stitch underneath the next slot. And that's going to secure the bottom pocket that we just sewed. Again, you can remember the top by that slit that you cut, or you can put like a mark, maybe another piece of washi tape up here, just so you remember that, yes, that is the top. Let me move that out of the way a little bit more. All right, now I'm going to line up. I just have to do this with my hand here, sorry. Excuse me, hiccups. Okay, so I've lined up my needle with my piece of washi tape. I'm holding my threads so they don't knot. Pulling back a little bit so I can see where that line is. Because depending on your vinyl, you might be able to see where your cut line is really easily. It is a little bit harder with this vinyl, which is good and bad. The good is that means that the card slots won't seem as pushed up. The bad means that it's hard for me to see where my line is. All right, so I stitched there. I'm going to pull my threads back. Come on, you. Get up and close and personal here with this. There it is. Come on, you. There we go. Did it actually come through? Yes. Okay. Sometimes if you pull the thread wrong, it'll try to shred. So just be careful with that. All right. So I've got those pulled back. I'm now going to take the tape off. Come on, you. There we go. Of the next pocket. I'm going to gently pull down to open back up that pocket. Where's my credit card helper? It's going to go sliding on in. Put it where I want it. And then I'm going to, sorry, I keep moving it out. I'm sorry about that. So then I'm going to pull the credit card lining up nice and snug against the credit card helper. And then press down on that tape. Now, the good news is that I had Aaron create the credit cards, but he had the idea to make them a smidge, and I mean not even an eighth. It's like a 16th of an inch longer, so pretty technically wider. This way, when it's when you're checking, if this is snug, it means it's going to be perfect for your credit cards. Oh, this is a glitter vinyl. It is one of those canvas, like almost, I want to say old school ones, but I got this one, I know, from Sewing Studio in Florida. But I know, I want to say Punk Broidery probably has some. And check with the pre-order with Cosmic Fabric. They've got a lot of vinyl for pre-order right now. It's a lot. I'm going to make Charlie an Only Paws account soon, just so that I can buy all the vinyl I want. Because there's a lot. Especially Mummy and Has Been and Baldur's Gate 3, Apothecary Diaries. There's a lot of solids on there that are really pretty too. Let's see. So we've got that one. We've got that pocket. That pocket's secure. So now we're on the last pocket. Huzzah! I think I did cut those two. That's okay. I'll have scraps here. All right. So once again, there you are. Okay, so now we put this back here. The amount that she has you cut for these is just fantastically, it is the best for it, definitely. Hey, Lefty, I'm sorry I didn't see you up there. I'm just so kind of all over the place with my thought process. Again, we got the card in there. Make sure it's going to sit where I want it to. Where's it? Okay, right about there. We good. I'm going to take this piece of tape that's underneath the slot and I'm going to push that down. Now, what I do is I trim it because this is going to be sewn down, just not yet. I don't like those for that. Get my pretty rainbow. But I actually cut a little, so I've got it up to where the slot is, and I'm folding it back down, and I'm going to cut just a little bit more because I want that slot to also lock that last section in. I'm going to put this over here because I'm going to need it for the others because I cut those short. That's on me. Oh, okay. Card helper comes out. Make sure all my threads are actually in the what? Okay. And then see, this fabric keeps it nice and thin. You can barely see them. So they won't add too much bulk on this side, which is what you're trying to kind of keep out anyways. Okay, I can remove my washi tape. Put that over there for the next 10 that I have cut out to do, or not. This glitter vinyl likes to hold on to everything, but it was just the perfect orange for Calcifer. My poor fire baby. All right. I feel nice about those, so I'm going to set that aside for a moment, and I'm going to quickly top stitch this. The card slot, there is this word. There is a word. You know what? Hang on. Snap strap. That's what it's called. It's a snap strap. Which I need snaps for. Bear with me for just a moment while I apparently go through every drawer to find my snaps. There you are. Put that there for a moment. I use plastic snaps because I like that I use good plastic snaps that don't wear down. It's also a cost that I don't have to add on as badly as if I use like metal snaps. I also have yet to find metal snaps that don't make me twitch. I'm gonna have to trim this. Usually I will cut rough and then trim it all at once so that it has a nice cohesive straight line. I didn't do that this time. I'm not sure why, but probably because I was just trying to get them cut. All right, where are you at? When you trim, try not to go overboard, mainly because of the fact that what will happen is you'll trim a little bit and then you'll be like, oh, the other side now needs to be trimmed a little bit. And then you check on that side and it becomes this vicious cycle where all of a sudden your, 1 inch strap, that's not what this is though. Your 1 inch strap is now half an inch and you're like, what happened? That is something I had to deal with, when I was baking, when I was a cake decorator. So it was, that was always fun. So I have these plastic snaps. I absolutely adore them. They're nice and secure. I don't want to do orange. I don't want to do black. I'm thinking this pretty blue because it kind of matches. Yeah, so I'm going to do this pretty blue. It matches the blue iris on the outside. I really love doing that. I love taking a pattern and finding this one random color in it and using that as the contrast. It really brings that out. You know what? I'm not even going to put you all up because I'm going to need y'all for the rest of them. Okay, let me see here. Couple questions. Ooh, keep forgetting I have trail mix. All right, so I use these tweezers for like everything. Mm-hmm. Need an awl? Well, I can poke a hole with these. They're pretty sharp. She does have markings. Again, I have this bad habit of just, going with my heart. And you want to make sure 2 things. One, that you really press it, but don't go overboard because it can end up pressing in the vinyl. I just kind of make sure that doesn't happen with this. You also can edge coat these sides. I've decided not to because there are another 11 of them. All right, on the back, I do have it marked. Another reason that I like this tape is that I can pull it up when I need to, but I do have a mark. I didn't punch a hole because I don't like creating too big of a hole. Also, I know I have some random pieces somewhere of interfacing. I mean, I'm a sewist. Of course I've got random pieces of interfacing, right? This will be perfect. Okay. So I have this strap. I keep these for this specific reason. Go over there. Because I like to put a little bit of stability, extra stability on it. So So I said there were two things you want to do when working with snaps, any kind of snaps, is you want to make sure that you don't press too hard. You want to, actually it's three things. Make sure you don't press too hard. Make sure that they have enough thickness or stability. And make sure you have two different sides. Where did you go? I have lost my mind, y'all. And I have lost the, there it is. So before I put on the second snap, before I lock this into place, marry it eternally for all bliss or none, in sickness and in health, I make sure that I actually have two different sides, because I've had to undo it. And they are a pain in the butt to do that. Okay. Speaking of, I wish these things had longer necks. Doing this is a just now you could of course do this before. I just don't. I see you. Where are you going? It just makes it a little bit more difficult for the card slots. I see you. Come back here. No. Where are you going? Okay, there we go. Make sure it's nice and stationary. And give it a good press. Because with this in place, it makes it a little bit more difficult because things aren't lying nice and flat. Okay. Alrighty. And then what I do is I put this down, clip it into place. So, see? So that'll hold all the credit cards. I can put this up real quick. I might have to go check a print, because it might be done and I got to get other ones going. Okay. You want it snug going through this slot, but you don't want it to pleat too badly. So I'm just gonna, no, not too much, not too much. Cut back your scissors. Okay. Okay. If you're going to decide to use fabric for this part, the strap snap, then you're going to want to add a seam allowance to the width and make sure that you sew them together and then turn it out and then top stitch. And you're probably going to want to put a piece of stabilizer, like maybe a scrap piece of Decovil Light or Heavy. But mostly this is a raw edge project on the inside. What is that? Oh, my scissors. Okay. So we have successfully done the card slots. Now what I'm going to do, where are you? Here you are. So now I'm going to attach my vinyl tag on the inside so that it's easy to spot, but it's not obtrusive. Ta-da. You put a nice little tag right there. Just make sure you lift up your card slots. Okay, what do I got here? It's just good that I kind of decided to do this because I need strap ends for the handle, because I don't sew it into the ends. Make sure that's Ah, that's why you didn't like it. So there's some black double-sided tape that I have that I picked up like uber inexpensively. The machine does not care to sew through it. So I only use it when I know I assume I'm not going to be sewing through it. But sometimes I accidentally do anyways. As long as it's not a lot, then it's not too bad. Yes, I know you weren't happy to sew through that, and yet here we are with you getting over it. There we go. Here we are. I like that. Okay, so I'm going to press down this again. Yes, I know I have a lot of threads all through the back. They're not going to be seen. I'm not worried about them. Make sure my needle's not sticky. It is not. Okay. All right. So, no. Ta-da! There's one side done. Huzzah! Might have to do sewing live together, some of us. Get in there, though. Oh, you know what I do need to do is actually sew the strap down. Okay. I did forget that I needed to actually sew the strap because it's not going to go anywhere otherwise. Yeah. Okay. And it secured that top piece really well. So now that side is done. Now I believe we're going to be doing the window, and all I need, or are we doing the, yes, I did that. Yes, I did that. Yes, I did that. Oh, no, I didn't do that though. Fine, sit there. Okay. So I've got my window. I cut it out a little bit bigger, and I also cut out the clear a little bit bigger because I want it to be stitched down. So first I need to I'm going to stitch inside the window here, right along there, to secure the clear vinyl. Yesterday, I had an upset kitty cat because he wanted to get on the cutting table, and I'm cutting clear vinyl, and y'all very well know that it is hard to cut clear vinyl. Even when you have the paper down, it's just, it's like, I don't know what you're trying to do because you can't see me. And it was annoying because he kept crawling on the back of the chair and crawling on my shoulder. And I'm like, Charlie, please stop. What is wrong with you? I will love you later. I know what he wanted. He wanted to do what he does over here when I'm sitting and, give me kisses. And I'm all for that, except when I'm trying to cut clear vinyl. It was a pain in the butt. So when I was trying to move him, he decided that he was very unhappy and bit me on the cheek. He didn't do it very hard, and I've got him to the point that if I yell ow, like if I'm very dramatically yelling it, like ah, he'll stop what he's doing. And I almost hate doing it because he just looks so regretful, like, oh God, I hurt you, I'm so sorry. And it's just mainly to get him, especially if he's clenching down, to get him to unclench. And like, there's nothing on my cheek because he didn't bite me hard. He was just upset because I kept trying to move him. He's like, I don't like this. And I'm like, listen, buddy, I just need you to move. You're bothering me. everything was fine. It's just Cracker Jacks. Good. I got a teachable moment here. First, I got to find my needles again. Are they in here? Nope. Are they in here? I thought they were in here. Okay. Bear with me for a second. There they are. And I think I just threw away something that I didn't want to throw away. Yes. My snap thing. Fine, you'll go over there. Okay, so sometimes when you're pulling your threads to the back, you accidentally pull one that you didn't mean to. And see? So now I've got this gap here. Woe is me. This is an easy fix. First of all, you want to make sure you find the thread that was the culprit. There you go. Okay. Oh, I can use this one. Actually, perfect. So I've got one that's still up front, but all you have to do is bring one to the front again. And then you get one of your needles. I have a very, very, very old needle book. It's an actual Singer one, so it's full of needles everywhere. Oh, this is the one I usually use. Hang on. What? Oh, God. Okay. All right. Come here, needle. I have a needle threader, so just thread your needle. Okay, I'm going to move that over. So I'm just going to take the needle and I'm going to place it right into the hole, where the next stitch was. And then just pull it through. I try to use actually a thread that wasn't connected to that part. That way it isn't loose. It seems to work out better that way. But now, see, now I have a continuous stitch again. It's a very simplistic problem. Simplistic solution to what can be a very pain in the butt problem. Now, here we go. I got to tie up threads because this is going to be seen. If it was like with the card slots in the back, I would just kind of tape them like I do with the classic zip around. But I'm going to tie these and then cinch them and squish so that it won't interfere with the use of the pocket. Oh. Okay, come on. Usually I would just back stitch, but for some reason I decided not to. Okay, so I'm going to clip them a little close, leaving a bit of the tail there. Those are just going to end up on my shirt. Okay, so I've got a little bit of the tail there. So what I'm going to do is very, very carefully, especially because there is clear vinyl here, I'm going to fold this over. And when they start to burn a little bit and melt, then I'm going to use the metal part of my lighter to push them down. I'm going to be real careful. And that's going to melt them and squish them in there. That way they shouldn't come out. Stay. Okay, where's my top? That's my top. Okay. Now I'm going to top stitch across the top, maybe. There we go. And I back stitched at the beginning and the end. What you can do is when you top stitch is you can make it to where it stops, where you're going to start on the sewing of the attachment of it. That way it looks continuous. Oh, thank you. I'm trying, I promise. Kitten gives Betty kisses too. I had a cat named Burrito, and if she would bite me, I would be like, I didn't order burrito bites. That was not on the menu for me. I don't want burrito bites. I mean, she didn't care, because if she was in the mood to bite you, she was in the mood to bite you. No. But mostly it's kisses. He likes to lick my nose a lot. I've got to get some additive to put in his water, because he's getting a little stinky breath sometimes. All right, so I've clipped my centers, because I know I'm going to need that here soon anyways. All right, so I've got those. Got that. Now, what are my measurements? See, the other issue is that in the pattern, she has you mark on the fabric itself. So I have to remember where everything is supposed to go, because I don't have it marked on the front. I always mark it on the back. Okay, so I'm just going to, again, go with my heart. I probably shouldn't, but here we are. Get a middle mark here too. Stomach, I don't know why you're growling at me. Like, it's violently growling at me. I have trail mix. I have been eating the trail mix. I'll eat more of the trail mix. So angry. Good idea. Again, like everybody else, I'm trying not to sew through like a heck amount of tape, but I had an idea. So I'm going to take little pieces and we'll put them in the corner here. So make sure to put them in the right corners. There we go. And this will hold down without me having to stitch through a whole lot of tape again. So they're literally just, you know, like that big. They're tiny pieces. But it'll give me a nice station of it. Okay. I'm going to pull off camera for just a moment because I'm using a ruler and I try not to. I don't want to show measurements because I messaged Lynn earlier this week and was like, hey, you know, I wanted to make sure that that was okay. I like to double check with the creators. Here we go. Okay, I like that. All right, so there it is. Now you can always use a contrast like I did with this. It just worked out that for this set of 11, I'm using the same on the inside. Mainly because I forgot when I cut it, and that's about what I'm going with. I'm trying to decide if I want it up a little higher. That's where my dots at. Right there's the magnets. I think I need it up higher. Another reason I'm glad I decided to just do, come on, the corner pieces. Come on. Like I said, the double-sided tape really, really likes glitter vinyl. So be wary of that. Glitter vinyl is beautiful. It is the beautiful pain in the butt that sometimes you just really need in your life. thought I heard Tiamat. Well, I had a big scare the other day because I was laying in bed, just kind of chilling out a little bit, and I felt Tiamat like jump on my lap or on my back and just kind of lay down like she does sometimes. Not as much as Charlie does. So I was like, okay, Tiamat. And my husband from the living room heard me and he was like, what do you need more Tiamat for? She's here in my lap. And I look over to my left and Charlie's sitting there. And I just have this moment where I swear my soul left my body and then came back in because I was like, then what is on my back? And then I woke up from the nightmare that apparently I was having. I was like, oh no. Needless to say, the bathroom light went on and stayed on for the rest of the night. I was so terrified. I watch a lot of like horror movies and I listen to a lot of horror like books and podcasts and things like that. So I know some folks will be like, oh, well, you bring it on yourself. They help my anxiety. So you can push off on that nonsense. But yeah, sometimes I overdo it. That feels too high. Doggone it. Where's the pocket? Right there. Yeah, that's too high. Oh, I do have to remember that I changed mine. Okay, that's why. I'm like, why is this so tough to get this placed? There, that feels better. Okay. Where are my snaps? Or right here. Yes. Okay. That looks appropriate because mine's also a little bit longer too. Alrighty. Measuring tangent done. Let's try that again. So what I do is I start at the very top on one side. I'm going to stitch along and back up, and then I'm going to Pac-Man back around so there's 2 lines of stitching. Oh, I designed them in Procreate. I need to redesign them a little bit more so that there's more of a sewing space. So there's a little bit more of a border that I can sew around. So I don't feel like I'm having to sew through the name itself. But vinyl tags are very cost effective when you have them printed because like I still have a whole roll somewhere. And all I did was get a 12 by 54 piece printed. That's when Not One Line Designs was printing vinyl. I've seen some sublimation stuff, but it's another project that's on my list. I was going to go check that print because I do need to get another print going. Trying to keep everything nice and straight. That way it, there we go, right there. I'll pull my thread back. Yeah, trying to make things just nice and straight. That's why I put a little piece of tape, but not a huge piece, just on the corners. All right, so I've stitched all the way around. I'm going to then do a tiny stitch so that I'm doing 1/8 away from the stitch line that I just did. Come on, you. There we go. Just try to make your line nice and consistent. It is a little difficult, I know. Believe me. I've had a lot of practice now with the the classic zip around. There we go. And this second line of stitching is why I did make my card pocket a little wider and a little taller, and that's only because of the fact that I wanted to make sure that I could do a second line of stitching and not compromise the use of this. Where are you at? Where's my card? Oh, I put them up. That's why. That's why I can't find anything, is because I put it away. Okay, so it is a little bit bigger, but that's because ID cards can be can be larger, and it means now I can fit my fingers in without any issue. Some like it super snug. Do super snug. But I like how that fits. Ta-da! So that's what I did, was I stitched down, cross, up, went over to where it would be 1/8 of an inch away, and then stitched back around again. And of course I chose white thread because I thought it would look beautiful on this orange, and it does, but it will show your mistakes if you are not careful. I'm trying to be super careful. Okay, so that's that. You can also put, if you want, you can do one thing of stitching and then put, she has in the pattern having rivets on the corners to keep it secure. It looks really pretty if you have some tiny rivets to put there or some decorative ones. I just think the line of stitching is enough. A lot of times I will omit some hardware because I'm trying to keep the price from being too overwhelming, so that when I sell these, I'm not having to add a lot into it. That's why I do a woven tag on smaller projects. Bigger bags, you already know you're going to be paying a good price for them because they're huge. I think I do these for 65 or 70. I have to look over that because this will be all vinyl. The other ones that are like 65 are fabric and vinyl. Hey, sweetie. Thank you for all the love on the posts. I appreciate it. Oh, yeah. Glitter vinyl cuts nicely. It's really nice when you're adding like a bottom and your bottom is glitter vinyl and your overlay on something is glitter vinyl because it sticks to itself. But it's also terrible because it sticks to itself. And you're like, ah. What are we doing now? We are adding those. Yeah, see, she has you do everything and then do the pockets last, which is very, very smart because, boy, howdy, it can be a pain. Okay, what do I have? I have, nope. Are these it? Nope. Are these it? These are it. Okay, I have nickel. I did nickel? I did nickel. So nickel hardware. We're going to see how well these work. We need 2 of those and 2 of these. You can use the pronged ones. Do I want to go ahead and use the pronged ones? I want to test these out, and this will be a good bag to do so. 1, 2, 3. It's a new brand that I got sent, so I want to check them out, see how they are. If they are not good on this bag, then I know not to do that. Okay, so we're going to be doing magnets. I don't know about you, but magnets still give me anxiety. Hi, Marsha. I will let you know right now, I am probably one of the worst people with names. So there will be times when I will look down and I will call you your username. We had this conversation, I think, on Wednesday, where I just get used to using a username. One of my best friends of like 6 years, I finally just started in the last few years calling her by her actual name. I mean, she doesn't mind, thankfully. But it's a conscious thing. But Marsha might actually stick in my head because, and I'm sorry, you probably get this all the time, Brady Bunch. Depending on your age, Brady Bunch is probably the first thing that comes to most people. I'm trying to think of something else that's like Marsha. Which now all my brain wants to do is stick with Marsha. Because I tell you right now, I felt Jan Stoy. So bad with names and pronunciations. Because I pronounce things the way they're written. And when I was younger, I pronounced water as water. So I was always adding an R where there wasn't an R. So I would always spell it WARTER. Frustrated the heck out of my English teacher because she's like, "You're so smart. Why are you pronouncing it or spelling it wrong? It's just water." I'm like, "It's water." So it does mess me up. It makes it very difficult for me to learn languages because I'm trying to pronounce things the way they're spelled. Hi! Oh, Kanani, did you get your stuff yet? I know I shipped it. So glad you could join me. Oh my God, I've got everybody on these things. It feels so weird to have so many cameras. And I got a new camera for YouTube, and I will say it is a lot bigger. I thought it was gonna be like this tiny thing. And YouTube, I'm gonna move you for a second. Look, oh God, I can't. Hang on. It's so big. I can't even move it. Okay, there we go. Ah! Okay, let's try that again. No. Oh, this card's one of my favorites. So what I do, because I'm doing rivet, it's going to be a little bit easier for me to do this way, but I fold mine in half, and then I pick one side to go with, and that's where I punch my hole. No matter if it actually matches on the other side, it will now match when I put the rivet in or the magnet in. Now you can use, if you're using pronged ones, you can use an awl to poke the hole in and then mark it, because the magnet will cover that hole. You just don't want to do a big one. This is the Bend and Snap from Lynn's Handmade. I love this pattern. Once I remember how to do it, I'm going to be ending up zipping through them. It's just kind of walking myself back through. All right, so see, now I have perfectly placed snaps. Hopefully, we'll see. I still have to put them in. All right, so I've got oh. Oh, good. I'm glad that they're going to be there soon. The 4th. Yeah, everything had to go out kind of in waves because Cobra Commander threw a hissy fit and a bolt, and we didn't notice until we were trying to print stuff, and it was just going everywhere but where we wanted it to go. So needless to say, I was displeased because that ended up, in all honesty, wasting like a whole roll of filament. And your girl was in bed with a cat almost crying because it was just like, oh God, it's not working. So Aaron was tirelessly for like 2 hours in there. I could hear him cursing up a storm. And I'm laughing because, you know, I'm a drama llama, so I have to kind of, I have taught myself that if I can be overtly dramatic to the point of it's ridiculous, it helps me cope with what's going on. And he came back finally in, and he's like, Cobra has been defeated. I was like, yes. I'm like, show Moose Paws, baby. And then we printed one, and actually, I think it was yours. It printed, and I was like, yes, G.I. Joe. And then I proceeded to eat a sleeve of Girl Scout cookies. I can't have candy and stuff in the house because I'm terrible at not eating it when I get anxiety ridden. They were Do-si-dos. They're gone now. We have a box of the lemon ones, and I'm so happy we got another box of those. Those are so good. And because they're a big box or a big cookie, I can eat one and I'm like, oh yeah, that's definitely enough. All right, so I got those. Marsha Brady all the time. I'm so sorry. Driving in your car, speed so fast, oh my God, strong. Okay, so with rivet magnets, of course, you have to have a way to set them. Yes. So I have the dies from CamSnap. I love their magnets for sure. Yeah, those are definitely going to need. Because these are inside, you won't see it, but I can tell that I really should have another piece of the Decovil Heavy. It's fine for right now. It'll do what it needs to do. It just shows me that does need that extra space. Otherwise, or I might, just not press all the way down on it as much as I did. So see, this one I overpressed. You can see there's a little dimple. And then this one is nice because I do use these on the outside of my NCWs. That's how my magnets get placed just right, is that I do them last. I do them right before I sew the card slots on. I'll have to do an NCW. I haven't done one of those in a while. I got like Lauren level obsessed with the classic zip around. I just love how they look. They're so pretty. Yeah, so far these are nice. Okay. But we'll see how they out. Madre de Dios. Okay, so we don't put that one there. I have a magnet on the top. Oh, you can't see. I'm sorry. Ugh, there we go. I've got these magnets that I got from Harbor Freight. And they hold these pieces. I know Hannah Woodworking has these really cool wooden bases, and I want to get one. Oh, that's the light machine. I did get one of my press. I have two. One of them I got on eBay, and it's heavy. Is that the heavy AF one, or is that the CamSnap? Yep. No, CamSnap is the one that's like solid freaking metal. And then this is the one that I got off of eBay. They both do the job, but I do like the dies that I got from CamSnap a lot better. All right, so. Okay, yeah, those work nicely. They're not as strong as CamSnaps. So we'll see what happens when it's put together. But they click together nicely. Come here. I say that and then I have to fight for that one. Everything's nice and level. All right. So far so good. I don't think I would use these on my NCWs because the ones from CamSnap, they lock. They are solid. Y'all, here comes the hard part. Now we got it. Okay, so we're going to take a trail mix break. Because now we got to cut out the pockets and do them. Oh. Nope. Wrong drawer. Okay. And do yourself a favor. Get used to whenever you actually put down your blade, your rolling blade, that you actually lock it. I have cuts on my hands from not doing that. Okay. Now. And anytime you get to like a difficult part, take a little break. And literally all I mean is just like stop for 5 seconds and take a drink or something. Why are walnuts so dry? And why did I not put enough sweetener in my coffee today? Okay. So here comes the fun. I will tell you right now, this is so nerve-wracking. And yes, it's the smart thing to do to wait to cut your pocket pieces out because it does keep it nice and stable to do the other stuff. It's just a part of me is like, oh God, if I ruin these pockets, I have just done all of this for nothing. So I have somebody asked me, it's like, are you feeling anxious? Am I breathing? Yes, I'm feeling anxious. Always and forever. And I always cut there we go. I try to always cut a little shorter than what I really need it to do. And then I take my scissors. These, because they have a nice triangle there. These are like Tim Holtz or something. Let's see. But this way I'm not over cutting. Where are you at? Good, I'm going a little bit more. Where are you at? Okay, good. Okay. Because if your blade is too wide or you go like too far over, especially with a raw edged project like this, you're going to have those weird little cuts and you don't want that. It doesn't look as pleasing. I mean, most of the time it's so small that nobody's going to notice. It's only you that it's going to haunt your dreams of, which I get. I barely cut this one. There it is. I really like these scissors because they are nice and pointed, so they can get into that corner and not overcut. And snip. What does everybody else do with these? Because it bothers me. It bothers me to toss these. It hurts my soul. So of course I keep them. No, Rita, this is the Bend and Snap by Lynn's Handmade. So I've already got the card slots taken care of and the ID pocket. Oh, B12 is working nicely. I've got my magnets installed. Now I'm doing the inner pockets for it, which Lynn has you cut after you've done everything, which is why my anxiety jumped, because I'm like, great. So not only do I mess this up on live, I get to mess it up completely. So yeah, it's just a little nerve-wracking. I'm just making sure that my zippers are going to be the same same width. There we go. Okay, now we cut it out. And then we do our zippers. There you go. There we go. I just had to cut a little short of the actual line. And then I take my blade and I try to center it. And mainly that's so that I can push down just enough to cut through it. but not overcut. Sorry, I have to kind of hold it like this. Okay, that should do it. Should be the operative word. So let's see. Sometimes I don't put enough pressure, but again, I'm also trying not to clip it. I'm trying not to cut it all the way to the end. So see, this is still, you can see the markings. This is still very much attached, even not as close. And that's because now I can go in with my scissors right up to that line, especially with these scissors. These I got at Michael's. I do not even know how long ago. They are Tim Holtz ones. They are, it says Iconic on there. Yeah, Iconic Studios. Mostly, just about 90% of my scissors, though, are Famore scissors because I absolutely adore them. All right, so now we've got that cut. So see how it kind of wants to flop around a little bit now? It is much worse without this stuff already on. Remember, sometimes you think you're smarter than the pattern and you're not. I always try it at least the one time, done as it's done. That is what helps to make it successful the next time, definitely. Here we go. Fun. Like that. Now I gotta do the zipper. So I'm actually going to do all my zippers at once. So I'm going to set this aside and get my front piece, which are two pieces. The main pattern piece I cut in half and then added a seam allowance, sewed them together. So this way they are able to be right side up on both sides. You don't have to do that if you plan on putting like a big overlay. Like I did a larger overlay than is in the pattern. My overlay is 2.5 by 8 because I wanted a different size. And I like my overlay just a little. I'm just used to doing these. They're easy to cut out. All I have to do is cut the little corners and they're done. What I do with the blocks is there's a small process. So the pre-order's still open, but Erin has already started designing the box, the font and everything, or the files to print. So what I'll do is I will message you a picture of how it looks so that the spelling is correct, and that if there's like you don't quite like how it's placed, you can let us know. This way it's printed properly for you. Once that's done, then the printing, because I had to order some more filament. She'll be here Tuesday, so probably printing will begin on Wednesday. And then each block takes about 7.5 hours. In fact, stare at some bears for a minute. Bear with me. In fact, bear with me for just a moment. My apologies, friends. I had to go. I'm like, I don't hear the commander in there making a ton of noise. That means that something's done printing. Mm. And I'm out of coffee, which means I'm officially properly hydrated for 5 minutes. So now we're on to capybaras. Capybaras. Because for every one of those I drink of water or of coffee, I have to drink one of these of water. Otherwise, my caffeine level goes a little high. All right, so with the overlay, first you're going to sew around the outside. Oh, well, hello, mister. Those are not for you. Go, 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 go. Just because there's something in a bowl doesn't mean it's for you. No. Kitty cat, this is Charlie. I think I need to get you an OnlyPause site. You can make mama some money. I mean, I'll just spend it on you. Why? Why are you cleaning my hands? Stop that. Now I gotta go get a wipe. Stop that. Stop it. Can you sit and be still for 5 seconds? Huh? I know it's a lot to ask of you. God bless America. You are so cute. This is the most lovey cat I have had since my cat Ghost. And that was back when I was like 9. I've had cats that are, of course, they love. Kittens love me, and then every time we've gotten a kitten, they absolutely adore me. They can't get enough of me. And then they become cats, and suddenly they want Aaron's lap all the time. But Aaron runs pretty warm, so that is most likely why. What you doing there, buddy? Huh? You just sitting? You could watch the squirrels outside. They've been all over the place. Please don't do that. Yeah? You're in my light. No, this is not for you. Mm-mm. That's not for you. Hey, that's not for you. No, that's not for you. No. Charlie Bear, come on. Go. Come on. When he was a kitten, he'd either sit in an apron right here, or he would sit on a blanket back there where he's standing now. The problem is somebody's gotten a little too tubby for these sections. No. Okay, you got you got to go, little man. Keep eyeing my bowl. You already had some of my waffle this morning. He's a strange kitty cat. Oh, Bobbin got me. Y'all, the Bobbin got me. These teachable moments. We're getting a little... Let me see if I can... Okay, so when the bobbin gets you, you do not have to cut that thread. Pull your bobbin out with this guy. This is most likely a full 1 bobbin project, but I usually wind 2 bobbins at least for any. So, as you can see, I've pulled the project away from the needle. I'm going to pull up my thread. Boop. Make sure it's actually underneath. And then I'm going to pull this tight. Good Lord. Let's see. There we go. If I get the light right. So I'm going to find one of the holes, maybe. There we are. Good news is the holes are hard to see. Make sure that my thread is tight. And then choke on a walnut. I don't know why the trail mix is out to get me today. And then I should just be able to continue sewing and hit those holes. Now, luckily enough, this doesn't let the hole show up that much anyways. But if you have something that is prone to showing holes, you're just going to want to make sure that you go about the same speed you were sewing. But yep, bobbin got me. Cursed bobbin. All right, bobbin. I'd like that to be your only one today, please. Let's see, it's Saturday, isn't it? Okay. And I do try to match up the start hole. Okay. I do try to end where I started. So now I've got all these threads everywhere, and I got to figure out which one I'm pulling back. There we go. No. That one, no. That one. Did I get it? I did. Okay, so thankfully you won't see any of these threads. Now, we have this issue right here. This is the threads where the bobbin gave up the ghost. Shuffled onto the mortal coil and got me. So I'm just going to make sure I tie that off. This is a semi-construction stitch, so I do try to make sure that things like this are secured. So most likely what I'm going to do, no, I'm just going to go ahead and do it. No, most likely about it. I'm going to get my trusty tape. And I'm going to put a piece right over it. Trying to keep it out of where I'm going to cut the vinyl away. There we go. I'm just going to... Bothers me when it's not a nice straight edge. Okay, and I'm going to put a piece over here. So this is my paper tape that I use on just about everything on my bags. I get it from U-Haul. I'm going to try to see if I can find it like on Amazon, but it's really good from U-Haul. So, all right, so I have it nice and stitched. Now I'm going to cut this inside out. That's already almost 11 o'clock. So where are my... There we go. These are normally used with embroidery. They're nice curved scissors. These I got from Famore. I really do adore their scissors. In fact, I can't wait to see them again at Dragon Con for two reasons. One, I love them. They're absolutely fantastic people. And two, I need all my scissors sharpened. Okay, here we are. So I'm lifting up my overlay, and I'm just going to kind of give it a little slice just to start it. And then I flip it over and I use the curved scissors to go in. And you don't want to go too close to your stitches. It's another reason why I do a 2.5, so that I have plenty of room to trim this down. All right. Let me make sure that I've got it. Sorry, I hear something. Sometimes a kitty cat is getting into a place where she shouldn't. Okay. That's the other nice thing about these scissors, is that you can tell if you're about to cut into your overlay. Charlie, where's your sister? No, Charlie, that's my chair. Not your sister, that's my chair. God, the moment I get up from this chair, he has to be in it. Might be something outside. There might be a squirrel or something right under my window making some noise. we go. See? So that's cut out. That's another thing that hurts my soul to throw away. So I might see if I can use it for something like zipper ends or that. Might work too. So that's it. And now I have this gigantic hole. Well, it's not gigantic. It's just large. But it makes me happy. Okay. That is done. That is done. Now I need 1 pocket, 2 pockets, and 3 pockets. And I need zippers. Now, fun fact, I miscut my inner pockets on 11 bend and snaps by about, I think, 1.5 inches at least. It will still work. So I'm going to see how well it works on this one. If I don't like it, I'll recut it, and I can always use those linings for other things. It's just I looked at the wrong pattern piece. And of course, the one I cut out was the smaller. But it'll be fine. It's okay. I can figure it out. I hope. We shall see. I think they'll be fine. But, okay, so the problem is they will fit. They'll do well. They're supposed to be as big as the bag, though, so that the pocket goes all the way out. It's bothering me. I know. It's bothering me too much. I can't. I'm scared. Bear with me for just one moment. Now I gotta find my ruler. Yes. Okay. Go on again. Yeah. There's one. Like I said, the good news is that it's just pocket lining. I'll be able to use it for something else, most likely. I've got it. Oh, here's one. Okay. I'm trying to use the same fabric I chose, but I don't know if that's going to be. Oh, yes, that'll work. Okay. All right. That could work. Come here. I'll get to hear me fight with fabric. I'll take these back. Okay, so there's the second one recut, and now I can use that because those are the right size for the outside. Ta-da! Problem solved. That was going to bother me so much. It was a little wide, but that's fine. Alrighty. You don't compromise something just because you want it to work if you know it's not going to work. It sucks to recut things. I know it. Oh God, it really is terrible recutting things. However, it's better to recut it and be happy that you did it than to not and be miserable because you're like, I should have just recut it. That's better. All right. Where'd you go? So much zipper tape. All right. Where's the end? If y'all are in Fat Rabbit Supplies on Facebook, you're going to see this week a preview of the next zipper tape and webbing that is in collaboration with Night Till Dawn. Let's just say it's an eater. Here we go. It's just with the zipper tape, it's a little bit harder for me to get it in for retail because I have to buy 500 yards. I still have 2 more bags just like this of this kind of zipper tape. Oh, it's quite a bit. Just melting the ends. Sealing them, whatever you want to call it. Trying not to catch my nail on fire again. Okay. Oh, nice. Okay, so these are the little soot sprites. So they match the webbing. And this is a monochrome one because I've always noticed that just about every Studio Ghibli pattern that I see is always so colorful. And this way, if you have something that's a simple color like this with just the grays and the blacks and white, then you're going to be able to match this. This is not going to clash with any of them. I did also make a spring one that I really enjoy. But I drew these so that it would have them peeking out when you attach it, which is why I definitely recommend with my zipper tape that you use a 1/4 inch and adjust the pattern to it, because this way you get to see them peeking out. You'll see when we get it done. Okay. Now, Tiberius does not like... Is that the right size? Oh, goodness. I really overcut that a bit. That's okay. Tiberius is not a fan of light thickness, so this will be fun to see how well this goes because I didn't interface this. Lining pockets rarely need interfacing. You just don't want to do a small seam allowance. Also, pinking shears are always a good idea for it when you're trimming. So I'm putting face-up fabric, face-up zipper, and I based mine onto it at 1/8. I'm just holding mine in place. You can use tape. You can use whatever you use. You can use clips. I just kind of hold mine and make sure that I'm not stretching it one way or the other. So when you pull to hold your zipper, if you pull on the teeth, not the tape itself, that helps a lot too. Happy Saturday to all that are joining. I am making a Bend and Snap by Lynn's Handmade. Right now I'm working on the zippers. Okay. So again, I'm going to take one of the lining pieces. In the middle of the night, my what's it gonna do with your life? You're still number one. It's fine. It's fine. Stop. It's fine. Sorry. Whenever I fix a problem, I start over fixing. I start just like fixating on it. So I had cut the inside pockets wrong on pretty much all of them. So I'm going to have to deal with that, of course. But so once again, I have my lining face up. I have my zipper face up. I'm not pulling. I'm just holding it taut. Once I put the needle down and I make sure that it's going to line up with my edge. Mainly you're wanting to pull on the teeth anyways, because then you're not stretching anything. You're just keeping those teeth nice and taut. Okay, and then I'm taking another lining. Boop. Again, lining face up, zipper face up. This is a really good bag, honestly, if you're wanting to get better at zippers, especially like ones with the overlay and the recessed ones. This is a really, really great pattern for that, because you're going to make 3 of them right in a row. Okay, I'm going to trim off these 2, leave my needle down, because I'm going to bring back over my short one first. All right. This is where I'm probably going to use clips though, because I want to make sure that my zipper. So I have my zipper, fabric face up, zipper face up. I'm going to put my fabric face down and flip my zipper up and fold it on that 1/8. You can do a quarter. I do an 1/8 because you're going to also sew it again. So this way it's got 2 separate points of stability. And it feels like the lining is facing away a little bit more. That is just my preference. I don't really concern myself with how the direction is of the lining pocket, unless I'm doing like a sneaky pocket for like a friend, like it's kind of a joke or something like that. So, but that's just me. I know some want to make sure that their directional fabric is facing up, and with my OCD, the way I have over the years coped with it, because I didn't get tested until like way late in life, because you know, girls don't have that type of thing. Anyway, what I do is I let small bites of chaos into my life, so that the order doesn't take really clip. Come on. So the order doesn't take over and make it about nothing but that. So when I let a little bit of chaos in, it just centers, it helps to center me a lot. So I have now my lining fabric is face up and my zipper is face up, and I have clipped it just like I did the other ones. So I'm going to put that one now under, because this way what I can do, start that one. I love chain stitching. I don't know why. I'm just going to move you over there. Okay. There's a couple different ways that you can and I do all the top stitching. I kind of try to do everything in certain steps. This way it really gets hit in muscle memory. You know, it's like when they made you write sentences over and over. You know, school is somewhat learning, somewhat just regurgitating the information again. So I have, once again, face up. With my zipper face up, I'm going to put the fabric face down and the zipper still face up. Flip it around, and I'm just finger pressing. If you have like waterproof canvas that you're using, which works out nicely too, it gives the bag some extra stability, then you would want to top stitch right next to your other stitches. I don't think I'm going to have to do that with this. That's the other one. I think it'll be just fine. Also, I don't think this fabric actually has a direction, so I'm making sure to line up my edges. With these zippers, with the way this zipper is, you really want to make sure that that's how that you cut your pocket pieces pretty straight. And it is difficult, believe me, I know. A good ruler helps. I like the Lauren Mormino ones right now because they have kind of this like anti-slide stuff on it. Not anti-slide, but you know, it helps to not have the zipper or the fabric sliding underneath. I also usually use waterproof canvas, but y'all, I have an IKEA bookshelf full of fabric that I haven't touched. Like, I've got a full shelf of Tula Pink because I just don't care to work with fabric on the outside as much anymore. Vinyl just has a better stability for me and a better longevity. In fact, I think I'm going to do a de-stash in Fat Rabbit. I'm going to give my supply folks a chance at the de-stashing first, just to kind of see. But we'll see, because so much to do. I have 6 months to get ready for Dragon Con, and it sounds like not a lot, or it sounds like a lot of time, but it's not a lot of time. Not for like the 20 patterns I want to do. And Country Cow came out with the cutest pattern, and I'm like, ah. And I'm like, look, honey, a new pattern. He's like, baby, you've got other stuff to do. I'm like, yes, I know I have other stuff to do, but this might work out nicely too. Okay. So once again, face up zipper, flip over so fabric is face down, pull up. And actually, I'll show you a good example. I must have pulled not on the zipper, but you can kind of see. Go back a little bit. Here we go. You can kind of see where it's bowing in a little bit. So I'm going to have to be careful when I'm sewing the other side to make sure that I don't mimic that. It could be that I stretch the fabric too. Like I said, Tiberius is not a fan of thin things to sew. He like it thick. Good thing I'm thick. You know, it's lunchtime when I start getting weird on the words. All right, so I've got face up, right sides together. I'm going to line up my sides real nicely so that I have a good basis of where my zipper is supposed to lay on the other side. This will also help you with wavy zippers. There we go. Because you want everything to end up in the same spot. So like with zipper panels, outside zipper panels, I'll mark the ends and the middle so that I can kind of fiddle with everything, especially seeing as this one has a little bit of a curve to it. I'm going to make some pattern weights. Saturday's a day where I do the live, and then after that, I'm not going to say I'm not allowed at the machine, but I don't allow myself to come back in and sew anymore unless it's like a custom order. because I want to make sure that I have other projects that are getting taken care of. I've got some designs I need to do for webbing. I've got designs for Dragon Con ribbons I've got to get done. I've got acrylic charms that I want to get set up and ready to order. I have a mental breakdown scheduled for like 2 o'clock. You know, it feels like that. If any of y'all have ever seen the Jim Carrey version of The Grinch, when he's talking about his plan, he's like, I can't cancel on that again. That's kind of how I feel sometimes. So I've got it all clipped, and now I'm going to go through the zippers. Next, trying to pull the thread. I try not to pull the thread too far off, because I want to make sure that the chain stitching is actually doing what I want it to do, which is save thread. Okay, so now I have the pockets set up. I'm trying to set myself up for success and not to forget the zipper pulls. If y'all see me not putting zipper pulls on, don't leave me hanging, man. That's what lives need, is a little buzzer. So it makes my phone shake or something. I watched a live with somebody, and they forgot the zipper pull, and we were all like, wait, the zipper pull. It was pretty funny, because they were like, oh my God, that would have been so bad. It was either Lauren or Tori with Seems Legit. I adore listening to her talk, because she's Australian. So she's got that really cool accent. All right, so I got 3 zipper pulls out. I'm putting them right there in my sight. We'll see how well this goes. Let's do the outside first. Okay. Yes, that works. Don't you ding at me, mister. Y'all might be shaking a little bit. Sorry about that. I'm trying to get my double-sided tape. Oh, well, thank you for joining. Starting you. I am making the, I almost say classic zipper. I've made that so many times now. It's just ingrained in me to say that automatically. I'm making the Bend and Snap from Lynn's Handmade. It is a very cute, kind of wallet-y crossbody. So it has, this is the outside of it. So it's going to have a pocket there. And then the inside has card slots, as well as 2 zipper pockets and an ID window. And right now I am putting on, I keep trying to not say putting on the Ritz. I'm putting on my pocket. I actually don't think I need that anymore. Okay. It's a bit modern. I do it a little bit differently than the way she has the pattern written. She does have it on her channel. It's just a really cute pattern. And it is quick for me once I remember what the heck I'm doing. So I've got double-sided tape. I've taken all the paper off, which I normally only take one side. So see how well this goes. Yes, this side is shorter. So if you have a piece that came out a little bit shorter, you want that going towards the bottom, because the taller is going to wrap around and it's going to probably line up just fine. So I've got that laying flat. I do not have my zipper pull on yet. As long as I've got that zipper, I probably could. Okay, and I'm just going to put this on and try to get that zipper as straight as I can. So, oh, somebody has this really cool thing, and I need to see if my husband can print it. So it sits inside and it goes along the zipper teeth and it straightens the zipper out within the inlay. So I'll have to talk to him. I've already got like 4 projects I've thrown at him to try to design. He just kind of looks at me like, what is wrong with you? I wish I would have cut this hole a little bit bigger, but you can see them kind of peeking out. It just makes me sad if I can't see them, because I love the little sprites. Okay, just kind of running my nails along the top and bottom. But yeah, it's like this block, and it has just enough room for the teeth, and you put it on and just kind of scooch it around, and it forces it where you want it to go. Though this kind of came out nice. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, again, I have not put my zipper pull on yet. This is my bravado, believe me. I'm going to start here at the bottom. I'm going to stitch up. Actually, I'm going to start a little bit further in. I'm going to stitch across the bottom, up, and then across the top. And when I get to about where I started, I'm going to stop and pull my zipper pull on. I'm trying to decide if I want to go ahead and put it on now and just have it sit. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Okay. That might help. I don't have many issues. Okay. I try not to talk in absolutes. I don't have many issues with getting zipper pulls on. However, I will say with a zipper that has a printed image, you do want to make sure that you're really paying attention to how the zipper teeth sit, so that when you put it on there, you're not messing up the image. Like, I can already tell that that's not right. There we go. I have a zipper helper from Lauren, and I may have sent somebody a zipper jig that was 3D printed for me that we might be able to work with, but we're going to see how well that goes. A little bit of product testing. Okay, so I'm still doing exactly what I said I was going to do. I'm going to start at the bottom about a presser foot length away from the back end. The way Lauren does this similar is she has her zipper all the way out and then she pushes it back in. I do it this way so that I'm not futzing with making sure that those teeth are still connected properly up there. Anytime I can keep the teeth together, I do that. Okay, a little back stitch there. Won't bother nobody. Now, if you're like me and you don't change your zipper foot, you're going to want to make sure that that foot doesn't push on your tape. Also, when you go over your teeth, carefully put your hand under and hold the zipper, and then take a finger or, maybe your screwdriver. I can use my nails because they're long enough, and hold those zipper teeth in place, because when you sew over them, they like to shift. They like to push forward, and you don't want to do that. Ta-da! Okay, so now that I'm at where I started, so I have a nice chunky section, because I never remember until it's too late how big my zipper pull is. These aren't too bad. They're just donut ones. Okay, so I'm going to zip it all the way over so that it's out of the way. I'm also going to take a moment to get that thread. Come on. All right. So again, I'm making sure that I'm pushing down at the end to keep this extra tape from shifting around. Make sure your lining is actually all the way out. And once more, when I get over here, I'm going to tug by the teeth on here. I'm going to tug on that and keep it stationary. Take my nail or a stiletto or a screwdriver and hold the teeth in place so that when I go over that, it doesn't shift those teeth. Okay. And there we go. I'm not gonna lie, man. I am extremely happy with how that zipper's sitting. I thought for sure when I started to put that down, it was not going to go anywhere I wanted it to go. Showed you who's boss, didn't I? I don't want to get cocky. I remembered the zipper pull, so. Here we go. All right, so I flip it over on the back, and I'm going to pull down that one section. And as you can see, I've got extra. So I'm going to trim that off. So when you're cutting out pockets for this, you can cut one about 1/2 inch to 3/4 shorter. Yeah, this is about 3/4. So if I cut one shorter, then they should line up pretty well. And sometimes I do that if I know I can get away with it. Okay, where are you at? Come on, thread. Okay, so I'm going to pull over the side so that I've got this exposed. I'm going to stitch it. So I'm going to go about 1/4 inch or a foot presser away from the seam of the zipper. And it's going to be difficult because this is going to definitely want to stretch. And I went too far down. That's okay. It just means that it's going to... Sorry if that shook the camera. Tiberius, if I let him go at speed, man, he can just rip through. There we go. Okay, so now I'm going to cut this. Trim some of these threads. I want to cut down this zipper because I just don't want it in the seam allowance. I'm not cutting it all the way to the seam of the fabric because I want to melt these edges now so that it doesn't fray. And I don't want to set fire to the fabric again, so. Okay. And I'm going to cut this. I'm going to cut it to the seam that I sewed. Sorry. So it is hanging right to that edge, and that's fine. It'll just get caught in the seam. So it'll be a bit of a longer pocket, which is good because this pocket's kind of short because it's right there. On the next one, I'll probably put it up a little bit higher, but I have to put a handle here still too. Oh, where are you going, Kate? So that is the outside. That is ready to go once we get these taken care of. Okay. Okay. Sorry, my stomach growled at me, so I just shoved a handful of trail mix. Go ahead, baby. There you go. Mm-hmm. Hi. How are you doing, sir? You okay? Hmm? I'm trying to sew that, you know. You always think that it's no, that's not for you. You know that's not for you. Go on. Come on. Why don't you lay down? There you go. Driving mama nuts. This is my cat Charlie. You get so many hearts when you show up. Oh, such a yawn. I don't know how you're tired. You ain't done nothing. You haven't done anything. Oh, thank you, Steph. What are you doing? Are you giving them the approval? Huh? Huh? He's my sweet baby. My sweet, annoying little baby. Yeah? Oh, I'm sorry. Instagram can't see you. There you go. Now they can look at your pretty face too for a moment. Right now I'm taping or putting some tape. Are you done? Yeah? Yeah? You gave them the screen time that you felt they deserved? That they needed? You don't know what to do with him. He's such a silly little kitty. So I've got some 1/8 inch tape here that I'm putting across. Oh, good Lord, that side's going to be fun. The card slot side is definitely going to be a challenge. It always is. But the thing is that you kind of have to do the card slots first. I tried to do it where I did all of the zipper pockets first, and it wasn't terrible, but it was more challenging. And I just don't like giving myself more work, you know? It seems like a silly thing to do. All right. I'm going to trim some of these threads that are just kind of chilling. Okay. Trying to decide if I want to do the easy side first. First, I'm actually, because the zipper's long enough, it won't be in the way. I am going to go ahead and put my zipper pulls on. I am so scared that I'm going to forget them and not realize until too late. I mean, I've got y'all helping out, so that might work. Okay. Sorry, having a little snack break. Okay. So, when you have the recessed pockets like this, for the what I call raw edge pockets, I'm gonna pick a side that's got the longer part of the zipper hanging over, and I'm gonna look carefully. This is a printed zipper, so if you put the teeth on, it's going to look a little odd. This one, not so much because the teeth are Night Court rainbow, so they've got that dark shiny, but that means that you can put just about any hardware with it and it looks good. The rest of my zippers do come in though with even the teeth part of the fabric or part of the pattern, so that you can then definitely use any hardware you want with it. I like versatility. Okay, so I've got a tooth, one of the teeth right here on the top. I'm going to remember that. I'm going to put that one in first. Let me do this. I'm so sorry. There you go. Just move you a little bit. There you go. Okay. Now everybody can see. Ish. Ow, madre de Dios. Okay, so I'm also holding the zipper pull in with one of my fingers, usually my ring finger. This way it stays still while I'm trying to put this in. And I want to make sure that the side that I saw that had the tooth above goes in first, and that way it'll match up. And then I'm just going to keep it right outside there. And then I'm going to do that again. Like that side, because it's got more zipper. This side of it has the extra zipper tooth. Hold that in. Let's see if that worked. That did. I do love a good zipper jig. I can do them without it. I just taught myself because the only one available had sharp things on it, and Aaron was like, no, I really, 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 really don't want you to have sharp things. More sharp things around you. Okay. So I am going to go ahead and do the side with the card slots first. It's going to take, because it's going to be, a pain in the butt. I just know it. Mainly, it looks like I cut it nice. Okay. So as you can see, the reason I had to recut is because the lining needs to be outside of the body a little bit. And that is because you are going to sew the lining of your zipper into that. And that's going to allow that pocket to be encompassing this whole bottom section. It's why you don't top stitch it closed, because this way it puffs out nicely. Now that I think about it, I do think that Jess from Okla Roots did a tutorial as well, because she talked about how she wanted to top stitch it, but the reason for not top stitching is so that pocket can always expand as needed, and that's important in the design of it. Now what I'm trying to decide, I need the other pocket, I think. Yeah. Okay. The reason I'm changing out pockets, hopefully, is because this is definitely important. The card slots go in this way, so having your zipper go up following the card slots is going to be better for it. Okay, and this one has the one I want, so yes. I'm going to pull you up a little bit. So first, all right, we're going to open it up. If it's not laying as flat as you would like it to, just go back over and just top stitch right here, or double-sided tape. If you have fabric like me, in this one you can press it open, or like I said, I'm just going to kind of wing it. This is my trouble one anyways, because it's a little wonky, but the good news is that this one has the fabric cut. I think having the fabric cut properly is just going to be why it's going to work. I have all these bloody threads. What's that? Oh, that's just the light. I thought there was something wrong with my vinyl. I'm like, come on, not now. Okay. I'm going to peel the top paper off the tape, but not the bottom one, because this is going to help, because this is really floppy and a little unwieldy because it's got stuff on it. Oh, okay. You know what, real quick, because it's just bothering the ever-loving garbage out of me. Come here. I'm going to take a piece of... Yep, that's good. I'm going to take a piece of 1/2 inch double-sided tape. And right on the edge of my card slots here, I'm going to tape that side down. And then I'm going to do the same on the other side. I do this with my congoers as well. It flattens it out and it keeps it from flopping around. I'm not sure. I didn't go ahead and do that. I thought I might not have to, but with dealing with this pocket and all these bleeding strings, and there we go. Okay, there. So see, put one there. It's out of the seam allowance of everything. Not going to tape over it. And it's not going to fight me as much, I hope. Here goes. Okay, so because I left all the strings hanging, they're just all over the place. And I know they're probably bothering some of you. And I appreciate you not logging off because you're like, nope, the strings. Because I get it. Okay, so mainly we want to make sure that we're in the middle of the fabric. Okay, that looks pretty good. We're gonna fiddle around with it a little bit. Oh, that's why I was like, why isn't this sticking? Oh, that's right. I didn't take the paper off yet. So it's this delicate dance that you do with these type of zipper pockets too, because you want it to be nice and even, but you don't want to stretch the hole that you made, the zipper hole, but you don't want the zipper to be like weird. Okay. There we go. I think that will do. So it's, oh my Lord, really, Tiberius? What is your sassiness going for here? Come on. I don't know why I cannot. Come on. Come on. I made okay, well, I'm just last night I made some fries and what I called our own Publix chicken tender subs. Technically they were nuggets because they're ones from Sam's, but they're these southern ones that have like that tickly brine to it that's really good. And oh my Lord, were you in? There we go. All right, that took a hot second. So I had posted a picture, and a friend of mine was like, well, were they good? Yeah, they were freaking amazing. Okay, so not quite next to it, just like I did the outside one. I'm going to let the foot push my zipper teeth a little bit, mainly so that it'll force it to straighten up a little bit. Just making sure before I start this nonsense, because this is going to be a... All right. Charlie! He just jumped on the back of my chair. That's how he gets up here. Hey, little buddy. I've already got a machine being sassy. I need you to not be sassy too. Okay. Excuse me, sir. Okay, so yep, I started about a foot away. A pressure foot. Are you kidding me? I'm just going to sew around you. Again, I'm making sure to secure where that zipper is. You are a pain in the butt, mister. I do a extra back stitch over the zipper. Charlie, my love, can you just go right there's perfect. Right there. Right there. Sit right there. Oh, did you just bite mommy? I'm not. He is standing on my hand. YouTube's got the whole show. No, don't bite mommy. Mommy is trying to love you right now. You know that? Pain in my butt today. You know that? All right. So once I get about where I started on the other side, I'm going to then push my zipper pull in. Come on, you get in there without occurring more strings. Sir, you are being a sassy little butt. You know that? There we go. Okay. I'm going to move this under my cat. At this point, I'm just trying to move him when I need to sew. And at least his tail is over that way, because sometimes his tail's right here. And I'm sitting here trying to sew and not sew my cat's tail to the project because I would be sad. And I think Charlie would not be happy about it either. Okay. You are ridiculous, little man. I hope you know that. Redonkulous, okay? All right. So all we have to do now is fold that over. So we have that all taken care of. Zipper pull is in. I'm going to put that in the middle, actually. And then what I'm going to do is a couple of things. So I'm going to clip this together. Now you're like, Liz, look at all that zipper tape. Oh yeah, there's lots of zipper tape hanging out here. And I do have to make sure, you do want to make sure that your lining back is going to actually be in the seam allowance. Because that's how this pocket gets closed up. It gets closed up when you sew the front to the back. You know what? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's why my energy is so weird. I put on the 80s, and I don't mind the 80s. I like the 80s. But I think I really need the 90s more. Okay, we'll see how that goes. So, yes, I have all this zipper tape still here. So what I'm going to do, and if this looks a little bit different than what you're used to with the bend and snap, it's because I didn't cut out the curved part of this. I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that to... Now what is your tail doing? Oh, you knocked off my... Off. I'm going to use that curve to sew, which actually I think I'm going to have to do on the other one now that I realize that I've kind of covered the curve up. Oh, I have an idea that'll work probably. So, but I want to get rid of this extra zipper tape, and I actually don't want it in the seam at all. So I'm going to cut at an angle. That's what I'm going to do actually. Okay, so I'm just going to sew up. Let me do it and I'll show you what I did. That way it'll be a little bit easier. Do the other side real quick. Okay, because I don't want that zipper in the seam. I don't remember if she says anything about it in the pattern. I could look it up, but I'm also just trying to get this done for y'all. And I'm getting hungry. Okay, so what I did was I sewed right here. I sewed at an angle, so that this will still be sealed. And now I'm going to cut the zipper from that. And then carefully try to seal those edges again without burning the fabric too much. And yes, he is a chaos kitty. His name is Charlie because we named him after Charlie Day. Mainly after Charlie Day's character in Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Sometimes, Charlie, sometimes I see you at a board with red string. He was so chill when my husband picked him out at the shelter. And I told him I usually have a rule where I don't pick the calm kitty. And he picked the calm kitty. And to this day, he swears that cat was just drugged. Now, I'm going to need to be really careful doing this side. Because I moved up the ID pocket, I am right there. So I'm going to have to make sure that I don't sew this pocket closed. So y'all are getting to see all the challenges. This is just pretty much what happens when I haven't done a pattern in a long time. Because I think literally the last time I sewed this pattern was last year. That's last year in August. Okay, so I am going to go ahead and do my pockets going the same way. So I'm going to have this one going up. His tail is hitting something. But at least he's up the way. Oh, he's hitting my Dragon Con badge. That's what it is. Okay. So, again, I want to make sure that my lining is evenly distributed amongst this. I'm going to flip up and take off the paper on both sides. Apparently, I'm just doing better today with both of them off. Baby, thinking of you keeps me up all night. I have a very eclectic taste in music. Like right now, I've really been into the rock again. My emo heart. My perky goth emo heart has been obsessed with listening to rock music, and it's been fantastic. I've been discovering a lot of new bands like Sleep Token, and Aaron really likes Falling in Reverse, so he's happy that I've discovered that I like them. In this moment, is it In This Moment? I like that there's been a lot more female voices as well. Okay, so here we go. Are you done? Thank you, sir. I appreciate the visit and the chaos and the blessing. Lord have mercy. I do love him. I do. He just makes it hard to love him some days. Oh, good. I can move my snacks back here. Okay, so once more, what I'm going to do is I've got about a foot away. And I do, like I said, I like to use the foot to kind of push that zipper so it straightens it up pretty well. All right. I got some trail mix. Let's do this. Making sure that I'm going on the right side. I am. Awesome. Okay, once we're over here, secure the zipper. I almost said double tap. I always backstitch along that. That's going to be a big stress point. So you do want to make sure that you backstitch over that. It's going to help a lot. Don't go overboard, especially on this because it's vinyl, but backstitching a little bit does help. All right, here we go. Where are you going? Oh, what are you doing? That's better. Okay, right before I get to the end, because I almost forgot, I'm going to push my zipper pull in. Just going to push it all the way to the end so it's out of the way. Flip this over. That's what I like about this 90s station is there was a Britney Spears song and now I'm listening to Nirvana, and it's like it doesn't matter what style it is, it's just what was popular in the 90s. So it's pretty funny. The only problem sometimes with listening with like the past stations like that is that you don't get any new music. Like I don't get anything updated from Britney Spears or Nirvana or Pearl Jam or any of those because it wasn't played in the 90s. Okay. Alrighty. Okay. We are so close. Okay. Whew, that was a little heart-wrenching for a moment. I flipped it over and it was already, when I flipped it over, it pushed the lining over. So I was like, did I sew this wrong? Because I will cry. There will be crying. So I'm just going to trim this so that I can see a little better. Okay. I hear you back there, Charlie. What you doing? Hold on. He looks like he has something he's not supposed to have. Which is usually. What do you got? Come back here. That is not for you. And well, I guess that does not belong to him. Ain't as bad as his sister. T-Met loves hair ties for some reason. So I bought like a pack of 20 and now I have like maybe 10 of them. So, just like the other side, I'm pulling down both to make sure that they are going to be within the seam allowance. I'm going to flip. Oh, Jesus, criminy on a cracker. Here we go. Apparently I didn't clip the bobbin thread. Now, before I do anything else, I'm going to sew up at an angle so that I can trim the zipper. I backstitch over a couple of times, but like next to it, see? And that's just going to secure that zipper better. Okay, and then I'm going to do the same over here. It's just getting my mindset to wrap around it for a moment. Oh, yeah, I do know this song. The best thing about some of these older songs is I'll look at who's playing, what it's playing, like the name of the song and the artist. And I was like, and sometimes I'm like, I don't remember them. And then I start to hear the song and I was like, oh, no, I know that song. I just didn't know the name of it. As I said, I'm very bad with names, and that includes songs and groups. Unless I really like them, and then I get to know their voice so that I can catch them in other avenues. Okay, so, woo, that is done. So now, it's so excited. Okay, so I'm going to put my zippers in the middle so that they're hopefully out of the way. Now, I'm going to see how well this works. Because I have to put the outside against the bed of the machine because there's so much stuff on the inside that it's going to make it difficult to sew. Oh, yeah, definitely. Because Aaron and I watch Masked Singer when it's on, which I think it's starting up again soon. And I'll tell you, man, I've never want to throw my controller at a TV so much. Like, because I can hear it. I know the voice, but I can't. But I can't seem to quite, get a name for it. The fun thing is that Aaron pointed out that I always get one voice. Like, there's always one that the second they start singing, I'm like, oh, I know who that is, and I say it, and it's actually them. There's always one per season that I get spot on without any issue. And then there are some that I'm like, I have no idea who that could be, but they have the voice of an angel. Okay. Oops, I got those on the wrong side. That's okay. No, I don't. No, okay. I have a certain way I like to put the clips, so if they're not on right, it bothers me. Okay. Oh, God, I didn't I? Okay, so before I forget, and I'm like, what is wrong with my life? I'm going to undo these real quick because remember, I had that nightmare about the turning hole. There we go. Realizing that I was going to have this pocket on the outside for the specific reason of having a place to turn. So I am going to trim off where I sewed because it's not worth seam ripping this fabric. I am, however, going to restitch this so that it's got strength enough to have the turn. But I have to have this outside pocket, this exterior pocket, open. So I need to make sure that it's not in the lining. Oh, I don't know what to do with my life. Okay. So I'm folding the edges over though, so it's a little bit easier to sew up when I pull it out. And it's what I normally would have done anyways had my brain not been completely fogged and dealing with a naughty little kitty cat. Okay. Strings everywhere. Even I'm starting to have an eye twitch over all these tails. Okay, so that one. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this up though a little bit. Oh, that's actually an interesting idea. So the issue is if I clip this, it's not going to be flat on this side. So what I'm thinking of doing is, fighting with the pocket more than I need to. Here we go. Let me trim this. After I get these like 21 of these done, I'm gonna be a master of these again, and then and forget how to do anything else. All right, so we'll flip that up because it is a tiny pocket, and I'm actually just going to tuck it inside, and that should kind of, where are you at? No, don't do that. There we go. And because it's just, uninterfaced fabric, it'll be fine just kind of sitting there. I'll be able to squish it a little bit better. Or it might be just as bad as a clip. We'll find out. Oh. Okay. I'm trying to decide on something because I've got it marked and I need that mark. So if I cut this corner just a smidge, I'll be able to see my marks and still get this in the seam allowance. There we go. Because remember, I rough cut this. So that I wouldn't have to worry too much. Okay, that should still catch in there. That'll be fine. All right, so it is a 3/8 seam allowance. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to sew it. What time is it? 5 to 12. Oh, we're doing pretty good, actually. All right, so I'm going to start up here where I've got a nice flat area. I am going to do first a 1/4 inch seam allowance. When you deal with vinyl, it likes to pull at the threads, and it can get a little futzy, and you'll end up seeing those threads. So what you want to do is add extra strength without perforating your vinyl. So I'm going to do a 1/4 inch, and then I'm going to go back around at 1/8 of an inch. That way it has 2 lines of stitching to help with that. I'm also going to, because this is glitter vinyl, I want to up my stitch length just a little bit so that it helps with that. It's going to make the curves a little more challenging, but I think it'll be worth it. I also have to remember where my, I'll just feel for them. I'm just going to have to feel for it and make sure that I'm not hitting my magnet. There we go. Words. All right, here we go. I'm going to move drink over there so that I have a little bit more room to work. I'm going to kind of lift this up, but you have to be mindful when you lift up your work that you're not moving your seams, because that will be a problem. Screaming at the top of my lungs, what's going on? Now comes the fun part too, because I didn't trim my pocket. I kind of have to feel for my seam here. So that's a note I can take. And it's okay if your lining pocket isn't quite cooperating with you. Just make sure it's caught in that seam. That is your main focus, is to make sure that this is caught in the seam. And that is another reason why I did decide to use uninterfaced cotton woven. It's stretchy, but because I'm doing two seams, it's going to have that extra stability. I'm not worried about it ripping. Because I am not a huge fan of uninterfaced cotton. I think it's a dangerous game to play. However, oh God, come on. Huh. It is indeed noon. I don't know if some of y'all can hear the sirens going off. It's the test that they do at the base. Real high now, scream top of my lungs. What's going on? I said, hey, yeah. I said, hey, what's going on? Hey, yeah. I said, hey, what's going on? Okay, here we go. And I take a deep breath, then I get me out. What's going on? Okay, so now that I'm back where I started, move those aside. And I used to start at 1/8, but the thing is that you really want to get your pinking shears in here and get those corners nice and clipped. So at a 1/4 inch, I can do that without feeling like I'm not getting enough of it clipped. Right there. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my project just a little bit, move up, and then make sure that I'm 1/8. That is why I was making sure that I had a consistent 1/4 inch around, because the inside of my foot is 1/8. 1/8 plus 1/4 equals 3/8. If you plan on doing a lot of sewing, work on your fractions, because, oh my God, fractions. Fractions can be so much fun. And I'm using that word very lightly. So what I'm going to do now is go around it using the 1/8 of an inch against that 1/4 inch, so that now I have a nice 3/8. And that's going to always help you with your corners too. Where are you going? Ugh. All right, let me get peanuts. Okay. If you've been to any of my other lives or seen some of my videos, I like to mark my seams so that I have a nice consistency. This is another way to mark your seam. And it feeds two birds with one stone by giving you that extra strength that the vinyl is going to want. Again, this is going to be fun. I don't know why I chose this one to sew online or on live, because this glitter vinyl, it's not going to be friendly. It is going to be the toddler that I told they have to go take a bath, and they have already screamed and thrown a fit and gone bananas and told me no, they don't want to. And now yet again, I'm going to have to do this. And now I got to get that toddler into the bath. It's like telling my cat, no, you cannot go outside right now because it is almost midnight and storming, up the Dickens, and I don't want you to go outside. And I think there he is. Did you hear me talking about you, huh, toddler? Charlie, I love you so much, but I really, really, really want to finish this bag, and you are not helping at all. Okay. Now that somebody stopped stepping on it. Okay. And then I flip it over because I want to make sure that I have what looks like a nice, clean shape, which I do. And then I can pull that pocket out. And now the trimming begins. I get my out goes the weasel. Nice. My hand just stuck. Okay, there we go. Okay, so now I have it on this side so that I can really see where my stitches are. So I'm just going through. Are you done? Yeah? Thank you, sir. With the pinking shears, I'm just making sure that I'm getting the corners. Yeah, and see, because we did that at an angle, it still caught where we started the stitching. That's one side. Pull that out of the way. A little Alanis Morissette now. Yeah. Go. All right. Now, the reason I'm not doing the whole thing is that kind of hurt my hands as it is, because I'm going through two layers of vinyl, a thick vinyl at that, with the glitter vinyl and the fabric. It's actually not too bad because this time I used fabric instead of waterproof canvas, which I will say I think I like better. I have so much fabric that I'm not using that would be great for just that fun little pop of color inside. When I gave Angela her birthday present, which was the fruits basket wallet I sewed on the live, she immediately looked inside the pocket because she says, she's like, you always put such fun lining inside. I was like, oh, thank you. I super appreciate that you remember something like that. When I first started, I used this fleece because I got it on sale at Joann's on one of their Black Friday sales. And I had like 8 bolts of it. It took me almost 2 years to go through. Like, I ended up buying like 4 bolts of just different fun fleeces to go inside these pockets. And boy, do you learn how to not make those choices. I'm not sure what you said. I'm so sorry. All right. Okay, so here goes. Because this pocket is always smaller than I feel like it needs to be. So I'm going to start on this side. Oh my goodness, what? Why are you screaming at me? No, you have food. You have water. I made sure. I gave you treats before the live. No, it is not nap time. We are not laying down. It is not lunchtime either. It's just over here screaming at me. Okay, so I'm going to start with, kind of move you this way. There we go. I'm going to start with the side that has just the ID pocket and not the other pocket. So the other side, all the way in. Okay, it's this glitter vinyl. It's not making me look forward to doing this. All right. So what I do is I do shove it in the corners. And I'm trying to be careful too because of the clear vinyl that is on that pocket. But again, if you've watched my lives or you've seen my videos, I'm not gentle when I turn these bags. If it's going to break, I want it to break now. I don't want it to break. I don't want anything to tear, which is why as soon as I can, I pull out the zipper and make sure that it's no longer being stretched. But that's another reason that you want to backstitch on those zipper ends, especially on a turning zipper pocket. All right. Oh, you know what? That actually was not awful. All right. Where are you? Excuse me for a moment. Okay. So bone turner. It has for this, it is almost like made perfectly for the bend and snap because that curve is almost perfect to the curve that it is, that it has. There we go. So I'm going to put that in there and start working that curve. You don't want to like shove it, but because this is such a soft curve on this side, it works so well. And you're gonna get this bag turned out, and you're gonna get the urge to top stitch it because you're gonna be like, man, it'll look amazing when it's top stitched. Let me just top stitch it a little bit, just a little bit. Don't do it. Fight that urge. Actually, hang on. I've got a heater down here by my feet that I'm using to kind of warm the vinyl a little bit. Space heater is usually a good idea to have too, just like a little one. Oh, Boyz II Men. Going strong, not too hard, not too soft. Okay, yeah, because see, like this corner could definitely use a little bit of warming. So I just put it by my space heater for a couple seconds, for like 30 seconds or so, and then just start working it. Come on, there we go. See you. Also on the side with the turning hole, make sure you're not like pushing that into the corners, the turning hole, because that's gonna stop you from getting a nice seam. Okay, there we go. We got one more step to do after we kind of fiddle with this a little bit. And I have a seam roller. Just trying to kind of get the seam flattened a little bit. That's why I trimmed it. And why I made sure the zipper was cut, because if it was in these seams right here, you'd have such a rough time getting that to lay properly. Not necessarily flat. You're not going to really be worried about flat with this, because the whole point is that the pockets inside puff out. See? Ta-da! I'll close up that pocket in a second. Just trying to make sure that everything lays nicely, because they almost stand up on their own. See? There we go. Okay, put that away. Oh, Lord. All right. So, I have one more thing that needs to be done, because you're like, but Liz, how in the world do we carry it? Those actually hold up pretty well. Oh, I'm in a little... Okay. So the reason you don't top stitch, you see how poofy it is? That's so when you fill these pockets up, because these pockets are all the way to the seam, as you saw. Oh, I can do that too. With this one, you can go inside the pocket as well and kind of push out those corners some. But that's what it's supposed to do. You're supposed to be able to fill this pocket to the brim, and then it just puffs out instead of pushing on more seams. Okay, so now we have one more thing to do. Normally, what you do in the pattern is you put a handle across here into the seam, and then it just locks in. I like having it to where the handle is clenching on all of this. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take this that I normally would have used for a tag to put a metal tag on, but I'm not going to do a metal tag, which works out really well because I kind of needed this. Trying to decide how I want. Yes, that'll work. I'll cut that in half. I'm going to trim it down because, boy, I did not cut that in half very well. Take away your pain. All right, where are you at? Did I leave it over here? Or did I actually put it up? This is, like I said, this is why I can't find anything, because I put things away. Sort of. Ah, there you are. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to clip these corners. I love when stuff kind of works out well. You know? It's always nice when you're like, oh, I don't want to throw away these scraps. Oh my God, I can actually use them. You know? I have to put different tape on there. Excuse me. All right. Well, we're like seriously at the finish line. All I got to do is add this handle with the D-rings, which I got to go grab. Okay, so the way I do it is I have a note somewhere. Is this it? Nope. Maybe. Sort of, but not really. Okay. I have notes everywhere. Is this it? Sort of, but not really. Okay, I'm going to just go measure with my heart. Okay. So I take about a 12-inch piece of webbing. Seal off the ends. Okay. Come back here because that one's seated. So let's see. Now, I don't mind giving you these instructions, these measurements, because these are my measurements for what I do. So, oh, Cracker Jacks. Are you nickel or are you gold? Gold. Okay. Bam. Come here. Okay. So, for my version of the handle, about a 12-inch piece of webbing, 2 D-rings, and a covering of your choice. I'm using the scraps from the inside of the ID wallet. That B12 is working nicely. Okay, so what I'm going to do, set these aside for a second. of your webbing. It's poofy. Oh, actually, before I do anything else, because I will forget, I do not want to admit how many bags, sorry about that, YouTube, how many bags I have accidentally sold with a open pocket inside. Thankfully, the customers who did get that, and it was very much in the beginning of my uh, sewing career for bags, for selling bags, there we go, that I would forget that every once in a while. Thankfully, everybody that happened to, I only had one customer who got a little snippy with me. She said for the amount she paid, it shouldn't have that huge gaping open hole. And I'm like, it's not huge and gaping, but if you send it to me, I'll happily repair it. That's or fix or finish it. That's not a problem. I don't want to wait for it. Okay, well, and I gave her some ideas of what she could do to seal it. And then she was like, well, it would be easier if you were just able to come get the bag. And I'm like, you're across the country. That's really not going to happen. Again, you can ship it to me. I will, credit you back for the shipping. I will finish the bag and I'll close up the hole and send it back to you. I never heard from them again. And I was like, okay, well, literally fabric glue, regular glue. You send it to me. I didn't mind at all. It was my fault for that. It's just the way they were handling that made it hard to want to really help them out more than that. Okay, so I'm sure that's all set. That's all set. This is all set. So we are going to. Now, this is a little bigger than the webbing, but I think it's going to look cute. Apparently, this is just an experiment bag at this point. So I'm going to see if I can figure out the middle. So kind of folding it a little bit in half. And I'm just going to make sure that the webbing is going in the middle as well as the middle long ways. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and do that for the other side because this way I don't have to stop and do it. We are not sewing this on right now. But again, so I'm folding it in half, making sure that the webbing is completely covered on both sides evenly, and then squeezing that down. Now, on one side that I'm not working on right away, I am going to put a clip. And that is just in case the double-sided tape doesn't want to cooperate, which now we will need more. So I'm going to put, you need 2 pieces for this side, because oh, this piece is smaller. Good. I'm trying to get it to where it's not actually in where I'm going to sew. It's not out of the seam allowance. There we go. Okay, so put a little piece of tape there. Put that one right. Stay there. Okay. And this is where I have to remember what measurements. So I'm going to take the double-sided piece of tape backing off, and I'm going to put this in the middle, right at the edge. And then I'm going to measure an inch away from my, here we are. Measure 1 inch away from the piece of the covering. See if I can get this pen to mark. Sometimes they dry out. So it's about, we'll just call it a straight 2 inches from the side. There we go. I think that marked. I'm trying to remember. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to remember how I did this. So let's do that. Let's put you there for the moment. First, we're just going to go ahead and sew down. You need to go over here. First, we're going to go ahead and sew down this zip or this webbing end. Now, if you're using vinyl for this part, it is going to get thick. Try to make sure you're also holding your webbing straight so that if it does move, if it does move, it's not you have it held. Definitely tell when lunch. Oh yeah, I see what's going on there. Okay. Okay. All right. So back, it's got a little bit of. Yeah, I see that. Now what? Poor Instagram. It does not like to be on live that long. So I just end up letting it kind of go because to be fair, I don't really have that many viewers on Instagram as I do here. So not much I can do. Okay, so I'm going to put on a ring for right now. With this, I'm going to have to kind of squish it a little bit. Come on, you. There we go. I can't believe it. Make sure the ring is on the... Come on, you. There we go. It's right side up. Okay, there's what I did. So, I've got that latched on. Where's my tape? There before. I'm going to pull that ring tight. Put a piece of tape there. Still pull the ring tight. And then I'm going to do a little box on this side. I'm thinking, what, 1 inch? No, I'll get to see some of the process here. Trying to find something that I can mark with it. Yeah, so 3/4 from the ring should be fine. Oh, Lord have mercy. Where's my tape? There we go. That's what I'll do. Washi tape to the rescue. So we'll just do it this way. So I'm going to mark this with the washi tape. Stick that down like that. Because I'm going to do a box. Here we go. That's what I want to do. Making sure this is still straight. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew a little box here. And that will keep this, it'll kind of move it, it'll keep it stable. In which then you can put a rivet if you want there. I don't think you, I hate to say it like this, it doesn't seem like you should be able to put more than you really can in this bag to need a rivet, but a rivet would look nice as well. So I'm going to put the other ring on though, the other D-ring. And I am going to prep the other side so that once I have that side done, because this is also a grab handle. That's why it's so much longer than the actual bag is. Okay, actually, I don't want to stick that down yet because it's going to make that almost impossible to sew. All righty, let's do this other side, this first side real quick. Okay, this is going to be interesting because I can only sew so close to that ring. But that's good. That means it's got a little bit of, there we go. Now, at this point, I'm going to turn and back out of the room just enough to be able to turn back and sew that little box. Oh, you can also put like an X if you want across it. Just remember that whatever you do at this point, if you are doing it the way that I am doing, you are going to have it showing on the inside of the bag. That's why I'm trying to make sure that this is nice and neat and positioned well, because you can't hide behind it being inside the seam of the bag. So you want it to look nice, but it's just going to be these two squares. So it's not that big of a deal. To me, it's not. And I feel it secures the bag more. That's what's important to me. The first thing that I look for with it is it secure? I'll put that piece of tape over there. The problem is on this side, first of all, let me move that. This side doesn't like to sew. What the heck is it? Sorry if I'm shaking, y'all. I'm trying to find my squisher. Maybe in this one? There it is. A squisher. Folks call it a key fob tool. Actually, it's a glass working tool. I think I got mine at like either Michael's or Joann's. But it does help to squish the seam a little bit, which is going to also help with sewing this, because it does not. It doesn't like sewing all of that on the seam. So it is a little temperamental, but if it wasn't, it wouldn't be Tiberius. It wouldn't be my baby. Okay. That is definitely why oh yeah. Yeah, he did not like that side. That's okay. Oh, okay. I was trying to figure out what in the world was feeling loose. Ow, madre. Two Poison Men songs in a row. Nice. Oh no, it's Poison. Not bad. That's what happens when your memory goes, that's for sure. Okay, so I'm pushing my zipper pulls out of the way as well. All right, so right there. And see, it'll have this little handle so that it's a nice grab handle, and then you can attach your strap right there to the rings. I'm very happy with this camera that I got for YouTube. I will definitely be enjoying that. Let's see, because I didn't really do a measure. So I put that one in the corner. Okay. have to measure where I put the tape. And a little further down. Okay. Again, make sure your strap is nice and straight. Okay, here we go. All right. That is way closer than I want it to be. Back out of the room. Turn around and run. That definitely moved. The tape moved a little bit, but that's okay. I got what I need out of it. I got my placement. Nope, nope, nope. There we are. Why are you making that noise, T? Huh? Am I going to look at the bottom and not like it? Because already being really sassy today. Come on. There we go. Let go. You didn't get all sassy at all. Look at you. That's so pretty. All right. So that is it. That is a bend and snap. There it is in all its little tiny glory. I'll move you up just a smidge. There you go. I love this bag. It's so adorable. I really like that it stands on its own, but it does puff out really nicely when you fill it. And then with the handle, it's a nice, easy grab handle, but to me, it doesn't look like it's too out of place. Like some handles, it feels like, why is it on there? There we go. But I try to keep into my mind that just because I don't use something in a certain way doesn't mean that it obviously was created because somebody did, which means there's more than one or two people out there who do. But there it is in all its tiny, adorable glory. I really like how that came out. And as I said, you really don't notice the seam on top as much because the handle's covering most of it and you're not really looking there. But honestly, it looks nice with this one. And there's my little calcifer. Thank you. Thank you, Steph, so much. So, yep, I have another 10 of these cut out with different fandoms. I've even got a Chip 'n Dale one. It was hard to decide which one I wanted to do for the live. But I have one from the Chip 'n Dale movie that came out, a year or two ago. Who else do I have on here? Because I cut Chip 'n Dale and a super cute Pokemon one. Beetlejuice, Sailor Moon, Addams Family, Courage the Cowardly Dog, because I love Courage so much. Oh, I think I still have some pulls I can use with him. Good, good, good. All right, well, that is the Bend and Snap. That is from Lynn's Handmade. Her patterns are amazing. She also has a video. So if there were any steps that you weren't sure about, definitely check out her video. The zipper and the webbing are from my company, Fat Rabbit Supplies. This vinyl is from the Sewing Studio in Florida. And then this design of Howl's Moving Castle was from Pawtastic. I'll try to tag them in something of it. I need to tag them. I'll probably tag them on Instagram. I might see if they're on YouTube as well so I can tag them. But I hope you had a good time. I did. I'm going to go get some lunch though. I'm hungry. So, bye. Okay. And bye to you too as well, YouTube. I do want to end. Thank you.